It's Monday. It's Mark Pyers. And it's real talk.
Today, looking for another way
to ease my mind and help my living. It's real talk. It's the daily variety show, Mark Pyers Real Talk. I'm here to connect with you, to amplify your current state, and I'm here with you on day 596 in a row of the Mark Pyers Real Talk show. That's right, people. We're going to get into it. I'm so excited because tonight we have Dr. Richard M. Fleming on, and I'm going to head over to Zoom right now and bring him in. We have so many questions to ask the good doctor, and I just want to see if we can get into some of the conspiracies I've been hearing, and more importantly, he's going to lay out exactly if there are any treatments, how they work, and let's just get into it. Let's get Dr. Richard M. Fleming on the line. So hold on one second, people. Let's do this. We're going to make this official. Dr. Fleming, are you with us? Dr. Fleming.
Oops. Hello there. Okay, wait a minute.
Hold on, I'll wait for your video to pop in. That's okay. A great photo, by the way. You look fantastic in that photo.
Thank you. Let's see. Is it coming in? I see just the photo.
Let's see. It should be. You may have to give yourself permission on your side. Let me see.
Right. Video settings. Enable.
Let me see if I can figure it out on my side. Not working?
Okay, let's see here.
I know sometimes I have to shut off my camera from my other device in order to use it on Zoom. I don't know if you have the similar situation.
I haven't had the problem before, so let me just kind of look through all the little drop-down buttons here. Let's see. Oops. Let's go back here.
The other try would be you can log out and re-log in.
Right.
Which would be an option
too.
Guys, while Dr. Fleming tries to work out the video, do you see the really cool backdrop we came up with for tonight's show? This is what our backdrop says. I'm not sure if you're able to see it yet. It says, what we know to date on coronavirus. And then in the corner, I found this really cool clip art of like a bunch of doctors and nurses. And then I threw over it uncensored. The thing is, it's a very interesting thing, you know, where people that aren't doctors are censoring doctors. And it's very, very interesting as somebody who's not a doctor to look in on that and say, well, who gives them the right to go and look at this and say, well, you can't say that, it's not true, when they don't know. So this is what I'm excited to have you on, because you're a doctor, you actually deal with this. And as we get into what you're going to, I think we found you, or did you log out? Let's see, maybe he logged out to log back in. Let me see. I think that's what he did. We'll get him back on in a second. But let me go back over here. So Dr. Fleming, I was made aware of Dr. Fleming, and I listened in. And he gave this impassioned speech about hydroxychloroquine. And I told you guys the other day, I have a doctor who's been on this program before, and he said he's had nothing but success with hydroxychloroquine if given early. And he had every adult recover. He had 40 patients north of 85 years old in a nursing home in Greenwich, Connecticut, and they all recovered because of HCQ. Now, I had somebody the other day say to me that they've had doctors having success with high levels of vitamin C. So if there are treatments for this, we should know about it. We should be talking about it. We should be having a healthy conversation about it, not have things censored. Here we go. We got Dr. Fleming is back. Let me get over to the Zoom screen. I see your lovely photo again, Doctor.
Yeah.
Rob is on with us, Transparent Media Truth. Rob, I'm pretty sure, Rob, didn't you hook me up with Dr. Fleming? Didn't you tell me about Dr. Fleming? Yes, he's just give a thumbs up. He's excited that you're on the program tonight.
If I can fully get on, let's see here.
If not, we'll have to deal with it. You know, we'll just go with it. But it should, hopefully you'll be able to click on the video somehow. I think if I shut off Zoom, it could be a problem because I'm already broadcasting.
See. Always show video dialogue. It should be coming up. I'm not sure why it's not doing that.
Oh wait, here we go. I just sent you something that says "Ask to start video." Do you see that? Oh,
here we go. Bingo. Okay,
guys, Dr. Richard M. Fleming, he's with us. I love it. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's so glad to get you here on this program. I'm in awe of your videos. I've been watching since Rob, Transparent Media Truth. Rob is the one who introduced me to you. He said, you got to see if Dr. Fleming will come on Real Talk. And I know you saw I had Marianne Hanane on. She comes on every single week. And this is like a truth platform. You know, I find in this day and age, people don't have a location to just say what they want to say without, you know, having someone stand all over them and say, you can't say that. And this, and we should be able to have, you know, conversation that doesn't end with a jugular, someone going after the jugular. And we saw what happened a couple weeks ago with these doctors that were stood on the front steps, and then everything was censored afterwards. And I saw you speak brilliantly about HCQ the other day, and we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. But I wanted to ask you a question because we have a lot of parents in this country that are really, they're standing at the precipice of do I put my kids in school or do I keep them home? Is it safe to put our kids back in school? What do you? I heard today that's 0.6 is the what is it? 99.4% of the people are going to survive if they get COVID. If that's correct, I don't know if that's true. But what are your thoughts on going back to school? We have 3 kids ourselves, and we're trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, and I know that's a significant topic. Let me just kind of preface this by saying that people typically, if they're expecting me to say one thing or another, they're usually in for a surprise because I am a scientist. I've been raised and trained since 7th grade to be a scientist, and so I approach all of this, I think, much differently than other people do to begin with. This is August 17th, and it's really late to be asking that question.
This
is the question we should have been asking when we stopped having the kids go to school.
That's true. Very true.
The reality is, one of the things that we have to get over is fear. And fear is one of the things that has been running people for a significant amount of time. And I'm thinking I see a lag here, so I shouldn't do that. For a significant amount of time. And as a result, it's very hard for people because you have parents and you have teachers who are nothing more than afraid of what's going to happen. And this is where I want to point out, this is a virus, and this is a virus on planet Earth. This is not a virus that came from Saturn or Pluto. This is a virus, although the evidence shows very clearly that this was a virus that has been manipulated by human beings to be what it is. They've done a very good job of it. But that being said, it is still a coronavirus. It is still a virus that is going to make people feel lousy when they get it. It is a respiratory virus that is going to be spread from one person to another person. Nothing that has been talked about in the public venue with masks or flattening the curve or any of that information, even vaccines, none of that has said that this virus is going to go away, because it's not going to. It's here. It's endemic. Which means that when you're going to go back to school or you're going to go into the workplace, you are going to run the risk of getting this virus, this infection, just as you run the risk of every respiratory viral infection that's out there. And part of the problem with the numbers that we're seeing is that we have completely flipped this virus, this infection, on its head of the medical model that we have practiced. Routinely, we practice medicine from a perspective that you don't get a test unless we're going to do something based upon the test, and as a physician, whether we think you are ill or not. So the numbers that you're seeing represent a respiratory virus that's been spread. Now, throw out any concerns you have about people that may or may not have a positive or correct PCR test. Throw out any concerns you have about, well, wait a minute, somebody got tested 3 times, so they're being counted 3 times. All of that does not matter, because I think that what we are seeing is exactly what we see with every respiratory virus that has probably hit mankind since the beginning of our spreading of respiratory viruses. It's just that for the first time, we're now looking at what this looks like. And it scares a lot of people because they've never seen this. So you have to first step back and go, wait a minute, is there really any reason to believe that our pattern of spread of this virus is any different than any other virus that we get exposed to? And you can ask the question whether we're even in a pandemic. You know, Dr. Fauci, several years ago, was asked in an interview, you know, what is a pandemic? And he said a pandemic is where 30% of a population gets an infection. And he said at the same time that typically in any given flu season, which is a term that I don't like, and you know, I'll explain that because influenza A and influenza B is the flu. What you normally spread around, the common cold, is not the flu. That's why we have influenza A and influenza B versus the common cold. So any given year, we probably see 25% of the population get a virus. Okay, but we haven't been freaking out about it because we haven't been nasal swabbing everybody on planet Earth. Yeah. Well, you don't have to be a math major to realize how many Americans are infected right now if we trust the numbers. How many? It's 5 million something, and there's 330 million Americans. So I don't know how good you are at math, but that doesn't equal 30%.
No, not even close. So.
Not even close. It's like 1.5%. Okay, yeah. So I give you all of that because I think it's important to think about the question in the framework of where we really are versus where people feel we are. We have a virus that appears to be quite contagious that you will probably get if you get exposed to somebody else who has it. This is true every year of every virus, of every respiratory virus that is out there. And what do we normally tell people? If you are sick, stay home. Don't spread it to other people. We don't tell healthy people to stay home. We tell the people with the illness to stay home. Don't spread it to other people. Rest, recover. We will tell you to take and drink plenty of fluids because you'll get dehydrated. We'll tell you to take something for your temperature and, believe it or not, for the inflammation. Tylenol or aspirin or any of a number of things. And then as physicians, we will hear all of you moan and groan and complain that we told you to, well, stay home, drink plenty of fluids, and take an aspirin or Tylenol. Okay, so we've gotten to listen to all of you complain about that being our advice for decades, and that is still probably the best advice. So if you are a child and you are ill, you shouldn't go to school. If you're not ill, and you're a teacher who's not ill, and we know that there is minimal spread from asymptomatic individuals, and hopefully we'll get into what that really means throughout your program, then you have a low risk of picking this up. Can I guarantee that you're not going to get sick? No. You know, I used to see people in the office all the time for their heart disease, and I would treat them for heart disease. And when they'd leave the office, they would go, oh, so then I'm going to live for another year. And I would have to go, you could get hit by a Mack truck crossing the street between my office and the parking lot.
What do you exactly?
The fact that I said right now we're good doesn't give you a guarantee. You know, God is not looking down and going, well, Fleming said. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, I'm good, but you know, I don't think that good, perhaps.
No, I love that analogy because in general, I always say, like, we're so stuck with either thinking in the past because of things that have happened, or we're thinking about what will happen tomorrow, or what could I do with next week or next month. We don't know what we got. Like, we got this breath, and we should take advantage of these moments and make strong moments. And I think what you're saying to me here makes a lot of sense. And it scares me that we have had such a reaction to something that if you had 100 people in a room, 99, almost 100 of them, almost every time would survive, and sometimes 99. But, you know, so it seems weird to me because it may have started, and this is what I want to ask you, did it start where they were pushing these older people into facilities, putting them on ventilators when ventilators I think we found are actually harming people, not helping people. Like what? And then here's the bigger question. Okay, so we had it seems like 120,000 deaths with the first 1 million cases. Now, again, I'm not a math major, but if I said 120 for every million, I think every million I have 120 deaths. 120,000 deaths. Why do we have 160 something thousand deaths at 5 million cases? 4 million more cases, but only 37,000 more deaths, or 47,000. The numbers don't, either we're getting better at treating it, and to your point of what you figured out, and we're going to get into this, of what could work potentially early on, or it's not as scary a virus as we were told up front. I don't know what your thoughts are on both of those theories.
Okay, well, in all of that, I would have to simply go back to the original theory that I presented in 1994, because that explains who's dying and why they are dying. And so the truth of the matter is that when a virus goes through a population, particularly when the population of people with, quote, comorbidities, all these hyperinflammatory states, which are, let's be honest, 2/3 of the U.S. population is either overweight or obese. That's a risk factor.
Yeah, that's
okay.
A fact.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, cerebrovascular disease, or what you would call strokes, cancer, high blood pressure. All of these things are scenarios where you have an immune system that is geared up. And I will tell you that being locked down as a society, what have we seen? People have exercised less. They've eaten more. They've eaten the wrong stuff. They've been drinking more. So if we've done anything to the immune health, if we've done anything to the overall health of the country, we have crippled it. And we have done it with very little foresight into the consequences of the actions that have taken. So we have really, interestingly enough, we have predisposed the population now to a potentially greater risk for having a bad outcome as a result of getting this virus. I do think that this virus, I think there are some unique things about this virus because it has been genetically modified. And that means by virtue of the fact that we have skipped and made it more aggressive to people, we have now skipped steps that humans should have seen to be somewhat familiar with the virus. And normally that sequence allows human beings to recognize a virus or an infection and go, okay, so this is relatively similar to SARS-1, but it's not. It's been modified. Yeah. And so that modification, that skip, does present us with something that we weren't quite ready for immunologically. Mm-hmm. And so I think we are seeing a little bit more response kicked in because of that. Because what is our immune system supposed to do? Our immune system is supposed to recognize something that has not existed before and basically remove it from the body if it's able to do that. Now, it doesn't do that well with these diseases like heart disease when the cholesterol and the fats build up, because it's trying to do the same thing. It's trying to remove it, but the insult is continual, so it can't get rid of the damage, and then those cells die, and then they produce more problems. In this case, we've gotten exposed to something that we really don't have good prior exposure to. And of course, that's what the vaccine is about, right? The vaccine is designed to say, let's clear this up. Vaccines do not prevent you from getting the infection.
Really?
No vaccine is designed to prevent you from getting an infection. A vaccine is our human way of saying, okay, let's look at something about the infection that we're worried about. Now, we've gotten smarter over the years in that we now either take dead parts of the virus, for example. Let's just stay with viruses so I don't lose everybody. Or we take, like they're trying to now, bits of the genetic material, bits of the mRNA, bits of the RNA of the virus, and we inject that into you. And now what the idea is we are actually trying to trick your body into thinking it's getting the real infection. Now, if it's a dead virus, then that's truly a trick, right? Because it's dead. It's not going to reproduce itself. But what we're talking about injecting in this virus is something that is the genetic material that has not been damaged. And we're talking about sticking it into your cells and getting into your cells so that your body starts to react in the way that it's supposed to. And then your body's immune system tries to come in to take over that. And it comes in two phases. The immediate phase of our immune system is what's called our T cell acute innate cytotoxic response.
Okay.
Now, we get that, I don't want to get into any philosophical or religious approaches here, but from a scientist, my perspective, okay, as a scientist, we get this from the lower vertebrate animals, okay? That's the basic mechanism for defense, okay? Now, humans also have something called a more advanced phase. So the initial one occurs at 3 to 4 days.
Okay.
3 to 5 days, okay? Later on, humans have something called an adaptive humoral antibody response, and that occurs at about 7 to 9 days, okay? So it takes that long for our immune cells, our T cells, to recognize the virus and to start in the first step. And then the T cells, for lack of a better way of explaining this, go and talk to our B cells, and they make antibodies.
Okay.
Okay? So the idea is we're going to give you a vaccine. It doesn't matter which vaccine, by the way. We want your body to do that. So now you get exposed to the real virus. Notice nothing in this says we've stopped the virus.
Nope.
The virus is still being spread, but we're all now going to take our masks off for some reason because it's okay to take them off because we're going to vaccinate everybody. It's going to spread the virus, okay? Just like it's going to spread the virus naturally. So the person's been vaccinated, and they now get exposed to the virus. What's going to happen? That person who's been vaccinated, if everything goes right, is going to say, oh my goodness, classic approach is I have antibodies I've made before. Now I'm going to gear up those antibodies sooner, and it's going to take me, instead of 7 to 10 days, it's going to take me 3 to 4 days to do it. So what happens with vaccines? Your duration of being ill gets shorter. Okay?
Okay.
Now, stay with me. This is important. If you've been listening to Fauci and you've been listening to the papers that have been published, what have we been finding? That we don't really make very good antibody responses to SARS-2, COVID-19, okay? Severe acute respiratory.
Do you think that was engineered in for it to not be something that could...
I think that's just one of the added benefits to having played with something by incorporating an part of HIV into it, and it also looks like there is a component of it that looks very similar to rabies.
Wow.
Okay? Now, how do we know that? Because the way that we deal with viruses, in contrast to what the terrain people want you to believe, is that Cook's postulates haven't been fulfilled. So it's the lay of the land, a fantasy that they're welcome to live with if they want to. For viruses, we have a different approach because, see, Cook in 1890 didn't have cell cultures that he could grow bacteria in. We do. We have cell cultures, and we also have this unique ability to genotype or to get the genetic sequence. And that's how you know whether a virus is involved and what virus is infecting people. So the genotypes that we've done on this show that the sequence is completely different than what's already inside human cells. And it also shows the genetic components of HIV and rabies similarity in what's been near the attachment site, near what you all have come to finally know as the S spike protein. So
yes.
You're all getting to learn a little virology without wanting to learn it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what happens in life. You know, you sometimes have to learn things that, by the way, all of you who didn't really take your sciences in high school and college and that type of thing, and looked at people like me as, a bit of a nerd because, my background is completely science. I want you to, when this is over, call up your favorite nerd from high school and say, thank you for having done this, because it's because of you that we have enough knowledge to actually work on this. So
that's actually a great point. That's a great point.
Go thank those high school and college nerds that you picked on all those years, and you gave them grief because they're the ones out there now trying to put this together. Okay, so back to the vaccine topic. So we now know that the antibodies aren't really going to do very well. You're going to hold them for 2 to 3 months. And so you're probably going to get and need more than one vaccine. Now, if you've listened to Fauci, the statements have changed from we're looking for antibody responses to we're looking for T-cell responses. Now, that's why I walked you through that little scenario, and that's why we talk about all this in the book that I've written that we're in the process of getting published. Because the first part of it is the T cells, the cytotoxic. That means they're going to go eat the virus and try to kill it before you ever get to the antibody response. Ever wonder why people don't get sick for 7 to 10 days and some people do a whole lot better for just a few days? Because their T cell cytotoxic response kicks in at 3 to 4 days. And subsequently, virus is taken care of, so probably not much antibody made. So that's why you're not seeing very much antibody in individuals that have recovered very nicely. Now, what's the point of the vaccine? The vaccine is to shorten 3 to 4 days off the cycle of that, right? But what we're now learning is that what it's really making is the T cell cytotoxic response, which takes how many days to gear up?
3 to 4 days. So
3 to 4 days, right? Now, when you get infected with the real virus, which is going to happen because, we're going to vaccinate everybody and we can unmask everybody and just spread this around because now we're immune, right? No, we're not. We've just been given a vaccine to shorten it by 3 to 4 days, right? What's going to happen in people when they first get the virus? Well, they may have been vaccinated, but their T cells are going to kick in 3 to 4 days. So my question to you is, did we save time?
No, and everybody's getting it still. That's the thing that the big charade here is that everyone thinks they're just, you take the vaccine and then it's gone. We're able to put this thing on the curb. And that's the scary thing. I had no idea you still get it.
Vaccine or no vaccine, it's 3 to 4 days. Now, if you're a healthy human being and you don't have one of these things that I've been talking about that puts you at risk for having an inflammothrombotic response. So inflammation, swelling, fluid accumulation, thrombotic blood clots, because that is why the people are dying. Because even though I presented the theory in 1994 at American Heart Association meetings, 1995 at American Heart Association meetings, published it in a cardiology textbook in 1999, presented papers in 2000 and 2003 where I took infections that were promoting heart disease, treated the people for the infections, watched their T cells in their thymus gland become prominent and then go away after treatment, watched the heart disease go better, published those papers in 2000, 2003, and was on 2020 and 2004. Nobody apparently, even though they keep talking about inflammation and heart disease, nobody apparently read through the theory and realize that part of the process are bacteria and viruses. And this is what's killing the people. So if you are in these comorbidity groups and you get exposed, the reason why you're dying with COVID-19 is because of the immune response not being reined in. Guess what's going to happen to the people that have these comorbidities who get vaccines?
Same thing.
You're going to gear up the immune response to people who didn't have the virus because they hadn't been exposed to it. And now we're going to give them the virus that turns on their immune system that isn't going to hold back. And we're going to see deaths in these people. And what are they going to use to promote all of you to get the vaccine? Well, I think what they're going to do and here's their chance to prove me wrong, because I'm going to say it on your radio program, your podcast. I think they're going to take the healthcare workers, the frontliners, that are the healthy people that are less likely to have a bad reaction to the vaccine, that are still going to get the virus, and they're still going to respond in 3 to 4 days, vaccine or no. They're going to take those healthcare frontline workers, they're going to vaccinate them, they're going to go, see, no real bad reactions, because these people wouldn't have. Now, these people are putting their lives on the line for you. Remember when they did the thing with, we wear a mask, we're here, so you wear a mask so we don't get overwhelmed?
Yep.
They're going to use that same approach, which has been very effective. And they're going to say the frontline workers put their life on the line to prove to you that the vaccine works. So you do your duty, your patriotic duty, or whatever they want to sell it as.
Yep.
And get that vaccine, because they've already guilt tripped everybody sufficiently, and they know they can guilt trip people, because that's why the people are scared. You know, when I walk on the streets, I do not wear a mask. When I go into the grocery store, I wear a mask. I go inside, I take my cart, I walk from where they have the carts at to where they have the masks at. I put the masks on. Do you know why I put the mask on?
Out of respect for everybody else around you, or because why would you put?
Because of the people working at the store who have repeatedly been harassed by customers screaming at them, because there's people walking around in the store that could make everybody sick.
Yeah.
I like the people working at the store enough. I'm not, and everybody in that store who I talk to knows that I'm working on COVID-19 and knows that this thing wearing a mask is nonsense.
Yep.
Every other place I go, I went to a pharmacy to get shampoo and soap yesterday. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I did not wear a mask inside. I was asked 6 or 7 times, did I need a mask? No. Did I need a mask? No. I'm good. Thank you. I get to the checkout. The girl at the checkout is wearing an N95 mask. Now, I want to say to her a lot of things, but one of those is, why are you wearing an N95? You know, and she goes, do you want a mask? Now, I'm checking out of the store. I'm now having to use my card, my debit card, and I'm punching the thing that all of you people, you understand, it's a generic term,
absolutely,
have taken your dirty virus-infected bodies, supposedly, and put on the keypad. You don't clean the keypad for me, and yet I have a greater chance of picking up from your keypad than I do from people not coughing on me. Okay? I had a conversation with somebody last week, did an interview with them, and they wanted to know, should the general public wear masks because doctors wear masks? And my response was yes. When the general public starts doing surgery, I want you to wear masks.
So I saw a really great microscope image of I think it was an N95 mask. It looked like a chain link fence. And they showed how a virus, it was like a fly going through a chain link fence.
Right. So,
what are your thoughts on masks? You sort of told us just now, but
okay.
Do they work at all? Or?
I will very, very infrequently give you my thoughts. I will give you science. Okay. This is what you get when you take people in 7th grade, which the government did with us and accelerated us through advanced programs. My area was physics, so I'm a scientist. I'm one of those doctors who will listen to patients and they will go, well, I really want a really nice doctor who's really nice and will sit down and listen to me. And I go, you know what? If you have the choice between a surgeon who just won't give you the time of day, but is top of the line, and one that will sit down and hold your hand at the bedside who doesn't know what he's doing, might I suggest you go for the first? Okay? Because as I sometimes tell people, you're not coming over to my home on Thanksgiving, and I don't have a present for you under the tree. Okay? You're not in my immediate circle. What you want from me as a physician is an objective, intelligent, well thought out person. This is why when I come into a room, when a code's going on, somebody's heart is stopped,
Yep.
the nurses frequently say, "Thank God you're here." And it's like, yeah, I know what, what's going on, and because you have to calm it down. I've never seen a good decision made with panic or fear.
That's true.
Seen lots of bad decisions, and a lot of people die because of that. So, masks. Look, viruses are smaller than the pores in that. Do you know what what N95 means?
It means there's still 5% getting in.
Okay, it means it filters out 95%.
Yeah.
What's an N99?
You still got 1%, which is
right. It
not
filters
enough.
99%. That's right.
Correct.
So an N95 slightly better, but the reality is viruses are small enough to get through the pores. Okay, if you're breathing that much virus out of you and you're actually not coughing or sneezing, somebody needs to write you up because you are the most asymptomatic carrier on the planet. Okay, if you're actually getting enough through by just routine breathing. In other words, if you're not symptomatic, if you're not coughing and sneezing, if you're not attaching the virus to water droplets that will smack against that mask and then hold itself there, then that mask is not stopping viruses.
I see what you're saying.
Okay? But if you are coughing and sneezing, my first thought is, what did I say earlier? Stay home.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Don't go out in public. Don't go to work. Don't go sneeze on people. And if you sneeze on stuff, did we not teach this in second grade? Clean it up.
Exactly.
Okay? I mean, this is 2020. I thought, when I was a kid growing up, we would sneeze. We had handkerchiefs. I'm old-fashioned. I use a handkerchief. If you don't like handkerchiefs and you think I should be using Kleenexes, do not send a message in for us to answer. I'm not going to answer it.
No, that's pretty cool.
I don't do that type of stuff. I listened to my children growing up reprimand me because I would use my hand. No, Dad, you cough into your elbow. Okay, I was smart enough. I changed. Do I think it makes any difference? No, because I think it spreads down my shirt. At least my hand, I can wash it off with soap and water. I never go wash my shirt off after I do that type of thing, but it makes people happy. So it's like I'm intelligent. I'm old enough. I can learn a behavior for you so that you don't feel threatened. The problem is too many people are feeling threatened because there's been a great fear campaign. Because basically people are determining what's scientific and what's not scientific, not based upon real scientific published papers, but by who is against whom or who appears whom on the national podium. So that if you like somebody and you dislike somebody else, that has become the new gold standard for science. Commercial break? It's not.
Yep.
Okay?
Well, and this is the problem with our world right now, and I hope that people are able to see through the way you and I clearly do what's happening out there. And as I said, when you see someone like a couple of these, I'm not sure where you went to school for, but anybody who went and studied, and then as having someone who's doesn't have the qualifications censoring, that doesn't make any sense. You got a couple of 20 something year old like tech guys sitting there saying, "Oh, I don't like this." To your point, it's like, I don't like that this is on this side of the aisle or on that side of the aisle, so we need to pull it down.
Right.
And I'll tell you something very interesting. Before we went live, I went to share something on Facebook to tell people, to tune in especially if they have questions about school or anything else, or if they want to know about COVID or hydroxychloroquine, that we're going to talk about it. Before I could even share it, it said, "This post talks about COVID-19. Get the facts." Before we're even on the air, they're trying to censor us. Is that not crazy?
Really?
I bet you they will get kicked off the air on Facebook at some point. I would imagine. They're just very, very, they don't like the truth.
I did many years ago, I was asked to go to DC and more than once, but on this occasion to get an award. And one of the mistakes they made was they asked me what was wrong with the billing system in this country, and I spent 5 minutes telling them. And I tell people that I must have answered the question correctly because I've not been invited back to answer that question again.
They don't like the
truth. Where did I go to school? So all of my undergraduate, my master's, and my doctorate training have all been in the state of Iowa for the people that are ultra curious about where I was trained at. My law degree was not. My law degree was out of California. My postgraduate training has been different places throughout the country. The University of Iowa is where I did my medical school training at, and that is the only university hospital in the United States. In other words, medical school, as you call it, medical college, that does not have private practice doctors in it. It is a total research academic-oriented facility. It is, a lot of people think of Johns Hopkins as that. Johns Hopkins, some people there talk about that being Iowa East, and Iowa refers to itself as sometimes as Hopkins West. We are a completely research-oriented facility, which explains part of the reason why you ask. HIV, when I was a medical student, HIV came through.
Yep.
Okay. And I was an honors student at that time doing research on sodium and wabane receptors in hypertensive individuals. Very cool for me, not so much for the rest of you. But we dealt with this new disease called HIV. Again, something for the trained people to have to address because it's clearly a virus, a very useful retrovirus.
That they never had a vaccine for either, right?
No, as far as I know, there has never been a successful single-stranded RNA vaccine ever produced. Okay, and SARS-2 or COVID-19 is a single-stranded RNA positive virus. Or also called an RNA sense virus. And I know those aren't terms that people are familiar with, but
what I would ask is because of this, so you have a disease or a virus that is here from the 80s, they still don't have a vaccine for, but a virus that
they're not going to.
Yeah, they won't, exactly. And then you have they did a simulation, I hear, I don't know if this is true, in October of 19 on what every country would do if there was a pandemic. And then all of a sudden we have a pandemic. Like the next month it's like released on the world. So all these things are very weird. I just don't understand how we could be standing where we are. And I think most of this is from a fear-based approach, to your point, when people don't feel confident that they'll be healthy and that this will take them out. I said for a while, like, I'm 42. I'm in relatively good shape. You know, I don't have any, like, that I know of, any crazy comorbidities, whatever they call it. But right. I do think the way the media presents this COVID-19, I am going to die if I get it. The way I feel, like just the way they talk about it. I'm so scared about getting it. I'm scared for my kids, my in-laws, my parents, whatever, you know? And that's what frightens us, is the spread that we can't control, obviously. But
I think what really frightens people, what they have manipulated well, is if they've made a movie and it's been a good movie that's caught people's attention, the reason why the movie hits us as humans is because there's validity and truth about it. You know, when this whole thing started, I said, every good real horror movie that's ever happened with viruses, you find the doctor who's out there saying, this isn't what you should be doing. Please listen to me. This is not what you should be doing. Yeah. And what do? They ignore the doctor.
Yeah, they shun them. You're right.
I've been telling people, and I said it dated back to 1984, and I've been telling people, you have to address the inflammation and the clotting associated with this. And what are they doing? Bits and pieces are kind of hitting it, right? Mm-hmm. Dexamethasone, it works sometimes, right? But not all the time, because it depends upon when you put it into the cycle. You have to think about it intelligently, what's going on. And if you give too much steroids, it actually shuts down your immune system, which means the virus just runs amok. And when your immune system kicks back in, now you have even more of a problem, because now you have more of a stimulus for it. So this has to be thought through intelligently, not haphazardly. And the other thing that they don't do is they really don't have, there's only one way to, okay, so let's go to testing while I'm thinking about this. There's 4 tests, okay? There's PCR testing, okay? Polymerase chain reaction, okay? Polymerase chain reaction. This is where we swab your nose or your throat, and we keep amplifying whatever viral material we find. That information only tells you what viral material is there. It does not tell you whether you're going to have a problem. It doesn't tell you that the virus particle is even still alive. All it tells you is that it's there. Marvelous. Dandy. That is just great. We've got numbers. I think that was to make people feel better, on both sides of the equation. It's supposed to make the people feel better who want to say, we're really keeping this under control. And it's helping the other side that's going, see, it's not as dangerous a virus as you want. But see, they both had reasons to get these numbers, except that they ignored the fact that there wasn't a reason for getting these numbers. Look, if you choose stupid as a doctor to figure out that somebody is coming in coughing and sneezing and they have nasal congestion, my mom and dad could figure that out, okay? My dad had an 8th grade education. My mother a high school education. Both apparently smarter than the people currently running this pandemic approach, okay? My father was a carpenter. They could tell you whether you were sick or not.
It's interesting because the point that you made early on in the conversation too is, this is the first time in history where you go get tested when you're not feeling sick. And you go to get a test to see, I have COVID-19. Like, what? Why would you go unless you're really sick and you're like, hey, something's off. I feel off. If you don't feel off, stay home.
Let me give you an example on cardiology. A lot of people know, if they know anything about my work, know that I've done a lot of work on the effects of diets and nutrition and lifestyle on heart disease and cancer, mostly heart disease. I'm one of the researchers who's been working on it longer than most people. If you've heard of Dean Ornish, you're looking at the guy who did his patients.
Wow. Okay. I don't know who that is, but it's obviously you're one of the only 2 guys out there.
If you're looking at, if you want to know the guy who took down Atkins, because Atkins, I'm the guy who was on the Today Show debating Atkins.
Interesting.
Okay. I'm the bad, nasty guy who asked the New York coroner's office what they could tell us. And they released the external body report to me, but there was no autopsy to show if there was heart disease. And I did that because there were major questions and major concerns, and I know people who had seen Atkins in the hospital as a heart patient years before he died and had to cover it up because there's HIPAA laws, and there were threats made that if anybody ever talked about it, the family would be coming after those people. Wow. So I knew this information, and I merely asked for it. And so, I get to be the bad guy, but which is fine. My mother used to say if they were complaining about her, they were leaving other people alone. So it's like, I can blame.
But I also,
I'm sorry.
I think
go ahead.
Resolving the truth is important, and if you sit there and you have the answers and no one else has come to the solution yet, I think it's almost like your human, mission to go out there and fix a wrong. So this is good that you went out there and you were able to let the world know what's really going on. And I remember as a kid, Atkins, and what did he pass away running or something like that? No,
the story is that he slipped on ice, okay, and hit his head. Here's the problem. There wasn't any ice where he was at. And if you're a grown-up adult, even if you're a kid, and you slip on ice, what do? Pretend. Put yourself in that position. You slip. What do?
Well, you put your hands back in order to...
put your arms out. That's exactly right. There was no evidence of injury to his arms.
Okay.
Which meant that he was unconscious when he went down. And the 2 major things that will do that to you are strokes and heart attacks, both of which are caused by bad diets.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
For all of you out there still on the Atkins, make sure you listen to the Dr. Fleming. So
hey, it's a semi-free society. That reminded me of what I say. So I would have people come into my office and they would want me to do a nuclear imaging study. And at that point in time, I was transitioning the nuclear imaging from just these visual tests and using 2 doses of radioactive isotope that the pharmaceutical company said you needed, to understanding that we needed to quantify these tests and that you only needed 1 dose, and that Big Pharma was lying through its teeth, which resulted in its making $20 billion in extra sales and exposing people to 3 million extra curies of radiation, which is a third of what shut down that Japanese reactor a few years ago, and misdiagnosing about 100,000 critically ill people a year, because you have to do the studies very early to find the bad heart disease, but doing it the way Big Pharma wanted you to, you miss that disease. And other people have now been showing similar images. But so people would come in and they would go, well, we want a nuclear image. And I would go, why? Well, I want to know if I have heart disease. And I would go, why? I mean, are you having any of these symptoms? No. Well, then why would you want a nuclear? Say, well, I want to know if I have heart disease. Why? Well, because if I have heart disease, I'm going to change my diet and lifestyle. And we go, wait a minute. So you want me to do a study, which, mind you, is relatively low risk, but does have some risk, so that you can determine whether you want to change your diet and lifestyle to something healthier. And if it's normal, you're going to continue to eat the same lousy diet and practice the same lousy lifestyle practices that you have been until you become symptomatic. But if it's abnormal, you're going to change your diet to what you know it should be. Now, why don't you just
do
what you should to begin with? So in other words, what's the point? You shouldn't get a test. You shouldn't take a medicine. You shouldn't have something done to your body unless there is a reason for doing it. So when you go through a drive-through, I swear to God, I don't get this. We have turned medicine into fast food.
Explain. I want to hear this one.
We're doing drive-throughs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Where it's like McDonald's or Burger King or whoever. No offense to them. I'm sorry. It's just, look, you've got the slogans out there that people are familiar with, and everybody's doing a drive-through to get their nasal swab. And I'm watching people stick nasal swabs up like this thinking that's going to be a great brain biopsy because the thing goes straight in to begin with. But now what are you going to do, right? You've got a swab. And it's going to take you a while to get a result back from that.
And you may actually be beyond the period of time.
Critical days. The only people that should be getting this test are people that are symptomatic, and they should go to where a doctor is, either a hospital or a doctor's office, where a doctor can make a decision. Do you need this test? You look to me like you may have COVID-19. Could you have another virus? You could. Many of the symptoms are the same. Although the amazing thing about this rabies component explains why maybe the people are having the anopsia, the difficulty with smelling, the loss of smell, because it's just targeting the olfactory bulb, which is the part of your brain that helps you with smell. That's clearly there. This is a virus that attacks your respiratory tract and your GI tract. So the antibodies that they should be looking for are not IgG and IgM. The antibodies for the respiratory and GI tract are IgA. I'm sorry, wrong antibodies to be looking for to begin with, which is another fault for what's going on. So you should not be getting a PCR test unless you are symptomatic in front of a doctor. Number 2, antibody tests. So if your cytotoxic part in the first few days kicks in, you could end up with an infection and really have no detectable IgG and IgM antibodies. And IgG and IgM antibodies doesn't mean you're immune. It simply means that when you get the next viral infection, you're probably going to be ready to respond to it in 3 to 4 days. But then you're going to anyway, aren't you?
Yeah.
If you're capable of responding to it. So that's that set. The real question is what's going on at the tissue level. And there's only 2 ways on planet Earth to know what's going on at the tissue level. You can either go in and take a piece of the tissue out, which is great. If you're a doctor like me and you've done bronchoscopies, or you're a pulmonary specialist and you do that for a living, you can do that. You can go in there and you can take out bits and pieces of stuff. Now, it does kind of put the patient through something fairly uncomfortable. And if they already have problems breathing, well, it's not going to help them. And, going in every few days, taking out bits and pieces of people's lungs is, I guess if you want to do that, again, it's a semi-free society. It wouldn't be the way I'd choose as a patient, but okay, that's a method. And it does take a few days for them to interpret the slides by looking at it under a microscope. Again, several days,
crucial
and
times.
An invasive procedure, but if you want to be a purist, that's one way. What's the other way? The other way is the patented test that I developed called FMTVDM, which requires that we calibrate the equipment actually being used, which has never been calibrated before, but it can correctly be calibrated. We can do the study and we can find out exactly what's going on in the lungs. And I've shared with you one of those images, and some other people, it's actually what's in the screen up here, that part up.
I have
one of those fingers.
I actually downloaded all 3 of those too. So if you want me to at some point play them, put them on the big screen, I could do it so it gets big enough for people to read what's there. Just let me know. I could switch it out.
Yeah, you can do the FMTVDM one.
Okay.
If you want to. Let's see if I can adequately point.
You sent me. I'll tell you, the one you sent me that looks like it's a maze. That one is brilliant.
That one's what?
It looks brilliant, but it's like I don't know how to follow it, so you're gonna have to walk us through that one.
Well, that one is the theory.
Yeah, okay, so that's what do you want to go to that now, or do you want to go to...
Sure, let's go to the theory first.
Okay, let's do that. We already have that open here, so here we go.
Lucky you. Lucky viewers. I always get this from my students and people who read it. This is what showed up in the textbook, and they go, "You expect us to memorize that?" And I went, "Well, you should have tried being the guy who developed it." Okay, so there it is. Now. I'm not sure how well it will work for me to point to it. But let me just say that if you go to can you see? I don't know.
I'll make it a
you
little
probably
bigger.
Can't see what I'm doing. Okay. If you go to the upper left-hand corner, you're going to see a bunch of circles. Yep. That's an artery.
Okay.
And what this whole cross-section is part of an artery. And the stuff that relates to the infection is all on the right half of it. Believe it or not, the left half really takes things into account like the cholesterol and the triglycerides and oxidative stress and homocysteine, which can be related to stress, and lipoprotein little a. The right half really looks at the entire set of things that and I don't have a way of really pointing to it and making it work on this, but the right half of the image looks at how the immune system works together to address infections and all the different components of the clotting cascade, things like glycoprotein 2A, 2B3A, fibrinogen, which goes up with problems with these infections, and also goes up when you give people plasma, when you give them the antibodies for plasma. And then you have just the different white blood cells involvement. So it's complicated to go through, but the point is that it was laid out in great detail, and it shows 13 various factors that play a role in heart disease and cancer. And this is why, and forming blood clots. And this is why people with these viruses end up forming these blood clots in the end and having the inflammation and swelling. And then that inflammation and swelling, when it occurs in the lungs, interferes with the lungs being able to get fluid in and out. And that's one of the reasons why people have ended up going on ventilators. The problem is that while everybody was panicked about having enough ventilators, because as I tell students, it's easy to put somebody on a ventilator. Once you learn how to intubate them, put the tube in, and attach that to the ventilator, then somebody who's smart enough, a doctor with experience to know how to set the ventilator, or the respiratory therapist comes in to get things going, who will typically ask the doctor, what do you want for the settings on the ventilator? Then you can have the ventilator take over the breathing for the patient. The tricky part is getting them off.
Yeah.
Because any moron can put you on a ventilator. It takes somebody with a little bit of skill and expertise to get you off. And what is so dangerous, or why is it so hard to get someone off of it? Well, the problem is that the longer you're on a ventilator, the more your body becomes used to the machine doing the work for you, and you have to be smart enough to know how to actually get them off. Usually when people get intubated with surgery, they're not on that long, so it's not a problem. But medically ill patients or post-op patients that are on a ventilator, or they come in with COVID-19, have a problem breathing, and they get exhausted, and as a result of their lungs being exhausted, this is really designed to help take the work for them. But the problem is that there's multiple settings. Everybody's heard of carbon dioxide. That's the acid you blow off. And everybody's heard of oxygen. Oxygen has very little to do with your breathing. It's mostly carbon dioxide. Again, a big misconception, something that medical students have to learn so they don't kill patients, is that it's not the oxygen you need to worry about, it's the carbon dioxide. Although everybody's used to, we need oxygen. PEEP, positive and expiratory pressure, and FiO2, the inspired oxygen concentration, or what we use to regulate the oxygen, and the respiratory rate and the tidal volume, which is the amount of air given to you by the machine every time it works, are the two things that control CO2. And so, where I came out with my stuff originally in 1994, explaining this entire process, there were several groups, and they were committees designed to look at problems with people on ventilators. And they were published in just these poorly, not well-known journals, things like the New England Journal of Medicine that nobody's heard about. That's it. Yeah, that's a joke. That's right. Obviously, again, if you haven't heard of that one, you probably should just go back to medical college. Yeah. And in there, as several times over the last 15 years, they pointed out, the standard tidal volume for a person is determined based upon their body weight. So again, you think in pounds, I think in kilograms. That's the scientist part. I'm about 65, 70 kilos, about 70 kilos. And if everything's going well for me on a good day, and I'm having surgery and I need to be on a ventilator, my tidal volume is 10 cc's per kilogram. So I should be put on 700 cc's, or 700 milliliters for every breath, right? Okay. 70 times 10, right? Okay, yep. Big math. All right. Turns out that this has been published at least 4 times, that if you have somebody who has a breathing problem, first off, you want to put them on their belly, prone, because it turns out that where we used to think that would make things worse, when they just did the experiments, and this is why doing experiments is important. Yeah. This is why anecdotal data is not a good thing. Okay? We can get into that if you want to. Yeah, for sure. But, just because you think something is due to something doesn't mean it is. And so when real studies were done, it showed that putting people prone on their belly actually made them better. It was less laborious for them, and they got more oxygen into their system and more carbon dioxide out. But if that doesn't work and you need to put them on a ventilator, it was then showed that tidal volume should be 5 cc's per kilogram. In other words, half. And if you put them on the normal amount, which is what they were doing, you stretch the lungs, and that stretching of the lungs causes more inflammation, more swelling, more fluid. And guess what? That doesn't make them better. That makes them worse. And that just made their ARDS worse and killed people.
A lot of people.
Okay? There's hundreds of thousands of dead people, not because they came down with COVID-19, but because they didn't listen to the theory that I explained and respond to that and treat the inflammation and the swelling and the blood clotting. And they didn't listen to the people who told them how to set the ventilators. And between those two major botch ups, there's hundreds of thousands of dead people. And despite talking about it, they still haven't put one and one together, because what's happened, where the people have been dying the most or where they got overwhelmed. And the worst time to become a student is when you're overwhelmed. And for the people that were taking care of the patients who hadn't paid attention to the theory that I explained and hadn't paid attention to what was published on the ventilators, they were now all students.
Interesting.
And they didn't have time to learn to do it right, the work that they should have learned a long time ago.
Almost like what you said, us talking about schools and whether we should go back to school. It should have been a conversation when they were taking the kids out of school. These conversations should have happened years ago in order to be prepared for something like this. And
yeah.
Fauci said, I think in 2017, that this next administration is going to be faced with a virus and a surprise outbreak. There's a video of him saying that. I couldn't believe he said there's going to be a virus out. He must be Nostradamus or something, or he just knows something else that we don't know.
If you think that this is the last virus to do this, you are wrong. There's already evidence of other viruses that make this one look like a walk in the park.
Really? Well, this almost, if you were, again, this whole idea that you had a SARS one killed, I don't know what the rate was, but there have been some viruses that come out of China where, 10 people got it and 6 people died, stuff like that.
Right.
It was controlled, but it was extremely dangerous and deadly. And they push it out like we're on one of those. And people are dying, but like you said, maybe it's ventilators. It's a lot of them not knowing what to do. I heard a lot of people were so afraid of getting it that they were letting people code. They'd like, I'm not going in there. And they let people die instead of doing their job of trying to save lives. And then again, as you said, maybe it doesn't matter. Like I have a brother, I'll say just someone I know who took 10 weeks worth of tests for his healthcare company. They said, hey, we're looking for people to take 10 tests, 10 weeks in a row. Well, he was negative, but that's where I heard the idea. If he was positive and each time they test him, he's positive, it would have been 10. Is that true?
Okay. So here's the difference between a qualitative test and a quantitative test. FMTVDM is a quantitative test. It gives, if you look at the image, let's see if I can do it. Up there, yep. It has numbers. Now that image, this entire image could have been in color images. I like to look at things in color.
I'm going to open this up big screen while you talk about it so I can see it.
Had I put it there in color, everybody would go, ooh, pretty colors.
Mm-hmm.
That's qualitative. What do you think you see? Remember I told you I'm a scientist. I'm not interested in what you think you see. I'm interested in what I can measure. That's something that's reproducible. Yep, you got it up there now. You just need to make it bigger. That's reproducible, but when you do it, you lose the numbers, I think. That's reproducible. That if you repeat the study another day, you can then compare it. Okay? Everything that we use for treatment for people. Okay? If I think you have a blood pressure problem and I put you on a blood pressure medication, what do? I measure your blood pressure quantitatively before and I measure it quantitatively after. So I can tell you the effect of the blood pressure medicine. If I do that for your cholesterol, I do the same thing. If I do that for heart disease, I want to quantitatively measure it. But we're using tests that qualitatively measure yes, no. A qualitative test is yes, no. It's black or white. It's kind of like saying there's only one thing that I know works qualitatively. You're pregnant or you're not pregnant.
Yep.
Okay? But it really does kind of matter where you're at in the pregnancy, okay? Are you first trimester, second trimester? Are you at 40 weeks, 39 weeks? I know they tell all of you that it's 36 weeks, but it's not, it's 40.
That's really, it's 40 weeks?
Gestation is 40 weeks.
Interesting.
That's we cut 2 weeks off it from the amount of time between when the cycle happened, when the egg was released, and the time anyway, and when the next cycle should have hit. It's 40 weeks. Welcome to planet Earth. This is dispel the myths period of time.
I love it.
So this FMTBM quantitatively measures. So if you have a PCR test where you have an antibody test and it says positive, negative, right? How positive? How negative? This is the problem. And this is why we have things called sensitivity, which is the ability to be right when you really have a problem, and specificity, the ability to tell you don't have a problem when you really don't. That's when there's error introduced. So the fact that these are qualitative tests, the PCR and the antibody tests are qualitative, already tells you there's error built into them. There is no effort to quantify. That's what FMTBDM will do. And so that's one of the reasons why in our protocol, it's a required comparison measurement to basically say, did the treatment that you were receiving for the last 3 days have an impact on COVID? Yes or no? It's not a guess. It's not open to interpretation.
And what do the numbers mean? Because I think they're here. I see like a CVP in the middle, and then you see 180, 261.
Right. So CVP means COVID pneumonia.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's my acronym. My
like
test. I get to come up with the acronyms.
I like it.
The middle part, the mediastinum, is important because you notice I think there I have thymus not detected, which is important because that gland would be more pronounced if there was a T cell cytotoxic response in this patient going on. So right then and there, I know that patient's thymus gland is not really activated to address this infection. And then the numbers are the measurements that are on a scale, and those numbers change depending upon whether we're using this planar approach or SPECT approach or PET approach, which are 3 different types of nuclear cameras. So the only thing for you to know is that these numbers that are here using this planar method as it was set up at this site demonstrate that there is a both an inflammatory infectious process occurring here, and it tells you exactly where it's at.
Interesting. Now, so this gets us closer to your theory about vascular disease, right? As far as how COVID, I want to ask you something. Oh, let me just get this off the screen here. So I heard recently here in the United States, it was a no-no. You could not do an autopsy on anybody with COVID-19. You had to burn the bodies, blah, blah, blah. Now in Europe, somebody, maybe Italy it was, decided to actually do an autopsy, and that's when they saw the thrombosis.
I think the Italians did, and Hamburg did.
What did they find? Did they find thrombosis to your point?
In everybody.
In everybody?
Yeah, I think there was one exception, and that person had something else that demonstrated that there had to have been a thrombus, or they wouldn't have had the problem that they had.
And so then just to tie this all in, you spoke, the first video I saw, you happened to be speaking about HCQ that day, and you said that there is a therapeutic benefit to HCQ, that it actually prevents thrombosis. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or is it sort of
so HCQ, hydroxychloroquine, and so there's hydroxychloroquine, there's chloroquine, and there's primaquine. Mm-hmm. And primaquine is one of the drugs that we use in our protocol at a specific time. But so hydroxychloroquine, the data on that. First off, let me say that none of the studies that have been published one way or the other on hydroxychloroquine, none of the studies that have been published one way or the other are studies that I would have approved to be published.
Really?
They're all crummy. They all have major flaws. And so it's, when the reality is, and I review for something like 17 different peer-reviewed medical journals. 16 of them are in medicine and one's in physics, because physics is my original degree, and I have to keep my hands in it. I have a greater love for physics than I do for medicine. But in medicine, these imaging, this is all nuclear. So I'm a nuclear cardiologist, so I found my way back into physics that way.
Put the two together, because you know what? It's like bringing what you love into what you do. It's a nice, It's a nice thing.
Right.
Very nice thing.
And I still think in physics terms. I posted something cute the other day about how I think of the universe, and I was originally trained along the quantum model, and I will tell you that I'm actually a string theorist at this point in time in my life. Even though my area was particle physics, string theory explains an awful lot.
Can I ask you something? Because we're going off the line here, okay? But
we're going off medicine.
I want to talk about this either now or you're coming back for another real talk, because there's something I've wanted to have someone who actually understands this physics. The idea of what's the name of that theory where you could take a sphere, cut it in half, and you could pull it apart billions of miles apart. It's spinning, and you could just one of them go one direction, the other one just automatically switches with it. That's something I can't think of what.
Yeah, I think you're talking about entanglement, is what it sounds like.
Yes, quantum entanglement. I've always, because I'm a positivity guy and I'm a guy who's trying to let people realize that what we do is we build energy one way or another, positive or negative, and we can affect real change with our positivity. And I think that this is what quantum entanglement is it's an energy, right? A connection?
Yeah, well...
Or is it a theory?
Okay,
really?
just as a general principle, basically, as one particle might rotate one direction, the entangled particle some distance away that's entangled with it will rotate the opposite direction. Okay? There have been some studies that have been done in the Mediterranean area where they've been able to use entanglement to produce entangled particles between two different sites.
Okay. Which
is, from the Star Trek point of view, the premise of the origins of what do you call that? What's the thing that the transporter that they have is the concept on there is something of an entanglement concept.
I see. Okay.
And the point behind entanglement theory is that at some point in time, the two particles must have had some proximity to each other, and for lack of a better term, they remember that, they have a memory of that phenomenon. And, where some people have difficulty with that, from my point of view, if you have a Big Bang phenomenon, everything started from some original point. So in fact, all of those particles that do exist, whether they be a particle or whether they be a wave phenomenon, for example, electrons, if from my perspective, you probably think of an electron as something that's solid. I don't. To me, electrons are wave phenomenon, and they have
once, right?
they have energy, and they have a probability of, based upon their energy, of being in a certain location from the nucleus of the atom. But with a Big Bang approach, it's very easy to justify entanglement theory as everything having been connected at one point in time. And the fact that they are now just simply spread out over what you consider a massive distance doesn't mean that they consider that a massive distance.
Yeah, I think I was blown away by the idea that everything was the size of a marble, like everything. And then it was obviously so, the weight to that must have been so, I mean, I don't even know how you calculate the weight of that marble, but it started that way. I still can't comprehend, how...
Yeah, there's some very interesting theories that this probably happens very, very frequently, more often than you would feel comfortable knowing about, and that it relates to, some people have talked about 7 sheets that interact in the multiverse, and as a result of these sheets of material interacting, their interaction is what produces these Big Bang phenomenon. The thing that I've always marveled at is the limitation that there's only 7 of these sheets, because why would you then limit yourself conceptually to that? If you've stretched yourself out to saying that phenomenon, which, the skeptics to that criticize, then you have to go, well, why is that the limiting factor to the discussion here? So there's all sorts of great potential, and that's, I think...
The quantum stuff.
My understanding of the universe is that it's not this particulate matter that you think about, but I am more of a string theory individual who believes that everything, when you go down to the most fundamental unit, is really nothing more than vibratory wave energy that, when it gets slowed down sufficiently, produces the ability to objectively observe matter.
That's interesting.
Or
so
the interaction.
You scientifically explained, and even further than I would want you to, but how I see positivity and how I see energy in general is some people have the ability to feel, empaths, some people call it. I don't know. I think we all have some of that. We all have its compassion, maybe. I don't know. But I can feel a lot of times the anger in people, and it's very, very upsetting. And same thing when someone smiles at me when I'm walking through a door and I'm just having a decent day, and all of a sudden my day gets better because of that stranger who just smiled at me. And I came up with a quote. I wrote, there was a period of time I wrote a ton of quotes on this show, like 3 a day. And one of them was, a smile has an energetic value that costs 0 to the currency holder. And if you think about that, it costs me 0, but it's got an energetic value. It could affect real change. So why am I holding them? Why not give them out and see if other people can really actually find some more light? So
yeah.
I think that you just kind of you scientifically explained it. What I see, that how strong positivity is. It's a vibrational energy, and the happiest love is the highest form of that vibration, and we should feel it for each other, especially now today. Big thing is, I said this, and you probably talk about this, coronavirus, the election coming up, whatever is going on, we stay divided as a people, regardless of what happens in November. We need to find a way to come together as the human race again and to tackle this virus. And if it's that, hey, you know what, go back to school, it's a point, whatever. Like I said, I still thought it was a point, like it was an 8%. 8% of the people are going to die or whatever. The beginning was a lot more out of control. The fear is now in the air. I have people, I'm a real estate agent. I have people that won't go anywhere near you. They're walking in the doors 15 feet away. I'm like, that's fine. You do what you want to do. But I don't know what I know. I just know that I'm healthy and that, I'm being careful. I wash my hands. I'm doing all the common sense stuff that you said that we should be doing as human beings anyway.
Yeah. You need to quit smoking.
That's basically it. That's basically there's nothing else that you can do except for, honestly, just follow the recommendations of being a clean person. Don't bite your nails. Don't smoke. Don't spit. Whatever. And don't go out when you're feeling sick. It's very simple. And,
yeah. The reality is, there's a lot of things that that can be done to reduce your risk right now, and the biggest thing that people can do is to improve their diet and lifestyle. Because again, remember, if the comorbidities become the issue, there's really 2 extremes of people. There are the immune naive, which are the children and people with immune deficiencies, who have not yet fully recognized the potential of their immune system, learning how to turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, and fine-tune it. They're just going to have to experience that. And then the comorbidities, which are all the things we talk about, being overweight, diabetic, all the other things, that are hyperimmune states that are already predisposed and therefore have deregulated their control mechanism, so to speak, because they're constantly under a state of dealing with the inflammation already going on in their body, so that they have learned to not hold back or not contain the immune response. By improving their diet and lifestyle and trying to minimize or reduce these diseases, that is really the most dramatic thing that they can do to help themselves. And then the vast majority of deaths have been due to a failure to address this inflammothrombotic response that I've talked about, and the problem with inducing more of it by incorrectly using the ventilators. I mean, there are the BiPAP and a number of other approaches for increasing oxygen delivery, or AV and VV ECMO, which is a way of just basically taking blood out of the person and oxygenating it in a machine and putting it back in their body, or prone positioning. All of these are things, but the time to learn these things is not when you're in the middle of the fire.
Exactly.
So that's why the medical system training is supposed to be the way it is, so that inexperienced people in their training get an opportunity to learn and be trained, while their superiors, their professors and senior doctors and fellows and residents and interns, can do the job and teach. That's the medical model. But we have thrown all that out the window. We've quit testing the people that need to be tested. We've just decided to test everybody and not knowing what to do with it.
70 million.
We have not paid attention to the theories that have been explained to address it. One of the things I comment is we're not even getting the patients out of bed and putting them into chairs next to their bedside. We learned in the 1960s that somebody had a myocardial infarction, what you call a heart attack, heart damage, that leaving them in the bed predisposed them to a longer recovery time. It made them weaker, and it precipitates blood clots because it decreases the movement of the blood. At least putting them in the bedside in a chair actually improved the recovery of the heart patients. And so you see a cardiologist like me coming around after you've had bypass surgery, and we're telling the nurses, get them up, get them out of bed. We're going to get you extubated off the ventilator as soon as possible, put you into a bed, even if it's just sitting you up on the edge of the bed. You've got to be. And what's happened? We've taken the sky is falling. Nobody's treating the underlying inflammatory and thrombotic responses. The ventilators are producing more harm. They're not moving the patients around. Then they're being isolated from family members coming in. And, I'm not sure if they're afraid of the family members catching it or the family members taking something back out. But one of the dirtiest places in the world to be is a hospital. That's where we accumulate all of our infections.
That's true.
Because that's where we treat the big nasty infections. And you have to do things like wash your hands with soap. If you think 20 seconds is a long time to wash your hands with soap and water, yeah. You got to try scrubbing up with me. It's a 5-minute process when we scrub for our procedures at minimum, and we don't do it like you do it. And we don't do it like they do on the music videos.
And can I point out to everybody that's paying attention, that's tuned in right now, why is it that we have, for the first 7 months of this, 8 months of this, why is it that we're listening to Dr. Richard M. Fleming telling us that the immune response and taking care of your body and your health and your diet is what's important right now, not putting a stupid mask on and breathing your own bacteria in over and over and over. It's about protecting, take more vitamin C, zinc, whatever up front. I saw something and I just am curious. Again, we're only theorizing here. Don't take anything that Dr. Fleming's saying as go do this. But I had this brilliant lady was on, she's been censored, and she said, if you took a low dosage of HCQ, 200 milligrams, she said twice a week, she thinks or believes that it would have a prophylactic response and maybe stop the spread of coronavirus. Do you think there's any validity to that, or is she just kind of throwing an idea out there?
Okay, well, to begin with, since she hasn't published any research on it, and she's not a researcher or a doctor, I'm presuming, then she's just throwing an idea out there.
Yeah, okay.
But let me address the point that I think you're addressing, which is let's talk about hydroxychloroquine as one of the drugs, okay? Because I don't want that to be the only drug.
Yeah.
So the research shows, again, because I'm not going to tell you what I think, I'm going to tell you what the data shows. The research shows that what hydroxychloroquine does, back up one step. All of you know that the S-spike protein attaches the virus to the cells in your body, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know how, but you know it does.
No, we know it does, and it's very, very, very,
very
contagious.
There's also a receptor near the S protein called the sialic acid receptor, which I'm sure you haven't heard about.
No.
But it turns out that hydroxychloroquine and that group of drugs can change the structure of that sialic acid area, thereby interfering or reducing the likelihood that the virus will be able to attach like it wants to get into the cell. Number one. Number two, once inside the cell, the coating on the outside of the virus that allowed it to move around without being ripped apart, because let's be honest, if it's genetic material, it's RNA, was floating freely through the bloodstream, it wouldn't make it very far. So it has to be encapsulated. So the first thing it has to do inside the cell is to get that capsule off. To do that, it has to go in and merge with parts of your cells called cytosols, or different people have different names for them, lysosomes, cytosols, you name it, to merge together to get that capsule taken off so its genetic material can freely enter what's called the cytoplasm, the area in your cell that's just the fluidy filled part, okay? So what happens with hydroxychloroquine is it will slightly change the pH, increasing it just enough to interfere with that process. So if it can't get the capsule off, it can't get its genetic material out to replicate itself, it can't make more of itself, okay?
Interesting. Now, if it doesn't get the capsule off, does it have an expiration, or is it just going to just sit in your body? Like, what happens to that thing? Is it just in their body for good, or like?
I don't know of anybody who's actually done a good study to know if there's a half-life.
Yeah, like I'm wondering if just like, God, I just can't get this capsule off. Let's just go. We're done.
Okay. So anyway, that's going to slow it down. Another thing it's going to do is hydroxychloroquine impacts something called a toll, T-O-L-L receptor. And there's more than one toll receptor. Toll 9 receptors have to do with inflammation associated with DNA viruses. Toll 7 receptors have to do with RNA viruses. Okay. And once that receptor is activated, inflammation occurs. And that inflammation isn't because inflammation is a bad thing. A certain amount of inflammation, the release of these chemicals that attack the invading virus, is good. It's when it's not controlled, as it is in the people that are dying from it. So one of the things hydroxychloroquine does is it downregulates this toll 7 receptor, which means it decreases the amount of inflammation. The fourth thing it does is that it can interfere with the blood clotting by interfering with glycoprotein 2B3A, which is necessary for the clotting to occur. And then the fifth thing it does is it is a zinc ionophore. And what that means, an ionophore, an ion is a charged particle. Zinc is a charged particle. It has 2+ charges. And it's a pore, a passageway. So hydroxychloroquine allows the zinc outside of the cell to come in. Now, there's a lot of talk about, taking extra zinc. You probably don't need extra zinc because you probably already have enough zinc outside your cells to come in. But that being taken into consideration, if you're dealing with something that you want to have a positive impact on, like taking a little bit more zinc to interfere with the virus, and zinc doesn't appear to cause any harm, taking a little additional zinc won't hurt. And so what the zinc does is it interferes with what's called the ribosomes inside the cells, which is where the virus genetic material attaches itself and where proteins are made and where new viruses can be made. So by interfering with that, it interferes with the production of the virus. So lots of different ways it can help. And then azithromycin is only one antibacterial. So see, we use terms based upon what the drugs are usually used for, but what's important is their mechanism of action, how they work. So chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, primaquine are antimalarials. Why? Because we use them mostly for malaria. But that doesn't mean that's all they work for. This is the mechanism of action whereby they work with viruses. And they've always had that mechanism of action. They didn't just decide to start having it now because of this virus. Okay? So azithromycin is what we call an antibiotic. Now, antibiotics fit in different classifications. Azithromycin is what's called a macrolide antibiotic. It's an antibiotic like erythromycin, azithromycin, Biaxin, all antibiotics that work as a result of interfering with protein production, and that's called translation or translational protein synthesis. So the party line by the drug companies has always been, this won't bother human cells because human ribosomes are made up of what's called a 40 and a 60 S subunit components, where bacterial cells are made up of a 30 and a 50, different sizes.
Okay. So
the theory has always been, if you take these antibiotics, they won't hurt humans and the proteins we make because our ribosomes are made of bigger parts, 40 and 60. But they will hurt the bacteria whose ribosomes are made of 30 and 50.
Yep.
Great, except there's been some very well done work on a virus called the Zika virus. You recognize Zika virus. It's the one that produces all the small brains in pregnant women.
That's right.
The thing that produced panic all over the world that WHO got on top of and says there is no treatment for, and is still a problem throughout the world, including the United States of America.
Zika's still a thing?
Yeah, Zika's still a thing. Viruses don't go away. Let me tell you, boys and girls, viruses don't go away.
So what happened in 1918?
Bacteria don't go away. Fungi don't go away. Tuberculosis has not gone away. Parasites like malaria have not gone away.
Wow.
They're on the planet.
And as far as it goes, this whole idea of the 1918 Spanish flu, was that H1N1? Was that what the Spanish flu is?
It is. So let me get back to that in just a second. Let me finish up with the azithromycin.
Yeah.
So the study that they did is they took Zika virus and they exposed human brains to it. Okay? And then they gave azithromycin. Now, no bacteria involved. None of the 30 and 50. Only 40 and 60.
Okay?
Where it supposedly doesn't work. They gave azithromycin to these cells that were infected with Zika virus. As they gave more azithromycin, the brain cells grew and thrived, and the Zika virus ceased to be able to reproduce itself. Which means the explanation for how the antibiotics work is wrong. It works on human ribosomes as well. Which means that the point of taking azithromycin, even though it has been hammered in to the medical community's brains that you are preventing a secondary infection, azithromycin is a crummy drug for pneumonia.
Really?
Which would be where the secondary infection would be. Now, by accident, and I own no stock in any company. None, zip, zero, nada. FYI, the patented test that I have, FMTBDM, I am making available for everybody who wants to use it for free. I could charge an arm and a leg for it. I own the patent rights to it. It's the only test that does it. It's free for people who would just simply sign that they're using it and want me to set it up for them. No charge for the pandemic for use in COVID patients. Zero, zip, nada, free. Okay? I'm not making a penny off this.
So you're trying to save lives. You're just trying to save lives.
That's what I took an oath to do.
I love it.
Period. Okay? When this is all said and done, trust me, if you want to use the patent, you will have to pay. Okay? All right? Sorry, but I didn't make it for free.
Yeah.
But it's useful for heart disease, cancers, early cancers, treatment monitoring. But for COVID-19, for this pandemic, FMTVDM is free.
That's amazing.
You do have to sign a paper. I think you can do that.
I think people can do that.
By the way, when after the whole thing, when they use it for heart disease and cancer, it's also in the license agreement that they're limited to how much they can charge the patient.
Oh, see, that's a wonderful thing because of what they do to everybody. Just these people already are just trying to get healthy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think that's a great thing you're doing. Especially, and this is a predictive model in general for all disease. You're saying?
Yeah, this is a model that measures changes in tissue. It quantifies the difference between dead, normal, inflammatory, infectious changes, precancers, and cancers.
It's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's just science.
But you know what? It's nice when you're able to do what we talked about doing in the 50s and 60s. Like, one day you'll be able to. You know what I mean? It's like
the bottom line on this is that this test, once the cameras are fully functional, once they get the next generation of cameras, and there is one camera that this will already work with, FMTVDM can be used with a single injection, a single study to completely determine the health of the entire human being.
Wow. One question, because I do want you to tie into some of the other things we're talking about, but as far as it goes with vaccines, everybody's concerned about the vaccines, but you cleared up a lot, okay? But when you have someone like Bill Gates out there who's been pushing this agenda for so long and now saying you may need 2 shots of this vaccine, if you had the opportunity at some point and they say, look, we'll give you the vaccine for free, whatever it is, are you in the position as a physician, as somebody who knows what you know, of saying you will not take the vaccine? Would you take the vaccine? Do you think the vaccine's pointless because of the 3 to 4 days, the 5 days? I think my feeling is that you wouldn't take the vaccine even if it was something that worked.
Well, to begin with, I felt the lousiest I've ever felt in the month of January.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
You don't want to take an antibody test.
I had some type of virus. I have no idea if it was COVID-19, and I don't care because I'm talking to you and I feel fine. I'm not going to take a vaccine.
Okay.
There's no logical reason for doing it. And I'm not sure if Dr. Gates has found out how to cure his computer viruses yet, but I think that might be where he should start.
I love that. I mean, what is the point of this virus, guys, or if this vaccine, if it doesn't stop you from getting the virus? It doesn't stop you from getting, and the virus is the least of your concerns. It's what happens, the symptoms that your body goes through, and the thrombosis, all this other stuff. It's not even
right. Look, I think that there are reasons to be vaccinated. I have been vaccinated for I've had measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. I've had DT, diphtheria, and tetanus. I've had hepatitis A and hepatitis B. When I went several years ago and gave a lecture in Istanbul, we were told to vaccinate for hepatitis A. I had hepatitis A and I had immune globulin. When I got there, they told us don't eat the salad. They washed it in the water. I made the mistake of we went to a very nice restaurant with the conference group. There was a single stupid piece of lettuce on a plate with a strawberry, a single round cherry strawberry, and I think a slice of cucumber, and I ate that and I felt lousy. But a good friend of mine who is black or African American or whatever politically correct is.
I think you can't even say anything anymore. Just say a person. Just say a person.
Well, he was my friend, and
kidding.
he was never offended when I spoke with him.
I know people.
And he's a pilot, right? Also, and he did not get vaccinated with hepatitis A before he came over, and he got that same meal. He was whiter than a sheet. I mean, he was so. I thought he was going to die. It's like,
wow,
So, there are times to take vaccines because they're indicated. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I'm an allopath. I make no apologies for that. I'm a medical doctor, but I'm a scientific trained medical doctor, and so there has to be a reason for doing it. There has to be a benefit, and the risks have to be weighed in. And my concern is that the quality of the vaccines have gotten sloppier and sloppier and sloppier. And I'm going to take just a moment here and really go out on a limb, which will give plenty of people an opportunity to shoot at me and criticize me. But I'm going to do it for someone by the name of Dr. Judy Mikovits.
I love her.
Dr. Mikovits has tried to tell people that the NCI, National Cancer Institute, had the information on HIV before Fauci's group at NIAID. So NIAID is the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases, which is what Dr. Fauci is in charge of. Now, I haven't seen any real research come out of Dr. Fauci's lab that's right, I haven't seen any research really come out of Dr. Fauci's lab. That being said, when Judy mentions that the information that she was working on through NCI somehow went from NCI first to NIH. Now, NIH is the umbrella that sits over all of this, so it goes through NIH to its subgroup of NIAID. And everybody says she's lying because it was clearly already at NIH. Then they have to explain to me why Robert Gallo, in a recent interview with Rolling Stone magazine, certainly my go-to source for my health information, in his 2 hours of talking, towards the end said that NCI had the HIV material and gave it to NIH. You can also listen to the fact that Gallo made comments that he's convinced that T cytotoxic response was the thing, and that he tried to present this to our experts at NIH and NIAID, and that the person below Fauci seemed somewhat excited, Fauci less so, but when they had a meeting on it, decided they really didn't care to do any research on T cytotoxic responses. Full steam ahead with what's already going on. The problem is that none of this stuff, if you give a vaccine to people, just like if you give hydroxychloroquine to people, and you don't measure whether it has effects, you can't convince me, and you shouldn't be able to convince anybody else, that either the vaccine or the hydroxychloroquine had any effect. Prove to me that the person just simply wasn't going to have a problem to begin with. You can't, and the reason why you can't is because you didn't measure a treatment effect, and that's why you need FMTVDM to measure that. Okay? So, have any of the people that have talked about the benefit of hydroxychloroquine having a beneficial effect proven that it has a beneficial effect? And the answer is no, they have not. Anecdotal data, I love it. Do you realize that there was a very nicely study done many decades ago that shows that storks bring babies?
That storks do what?
Bring babies.
That the storks actually bring the babies and drop them off at the house.
The correlation is almost 1.0, which for those of you who have no statistics background is perfect. Okay? Now, what did the study say? The study shows that in Scandinavian countries, in very, very cold winters, storks build nests like they do in every other winter. But when it gets really, really cold, they look for sources of warmth to build their nests because they're going to have babies. They're going to have a nest, they're going to have a home, and they're going to produce eggs, which will eventually hatch. In very, very cold winters in Scandinavian countries, the places of those heat seem to be chimneys of people's homes. Now, in very, very, very cold winters, Scandinavian people don't go outside as much. They stay inside where it's warmer because they've been building those fires in their chimneys to stay warm. And absent those activities of going outside, humans staying inside tend to do human activities. Some of those human activities tend to result in the production of new humans. So in the spring, after the very, very cold winters, after you're told 9 months, but it's really 10 months, it's really 40 weeks.
It's 40 weeks, people. Don't forget.
Babies start showing up. There's a 1-to-1 correlation. In other words, storks bring babies.
Interesting.
The more storks, the more babies. Now, if you believe in that anecdotal information with a 1.0 correlation, then you're good to go. But scientists like me really do say we need an objective measurement because you know what? If I tell you what you should be taking, I do it because there's a scientific reason and not because I think it's a good idea. Okay?
Yeah. Well, and I think what you said...
Because I think it's a good idea if you would just let me have a desert island and stay away from me and let me just live out the rest of my existence in paradise and scuba dive all day long.
Well, and I think what you said, and I just wanted just to tie up the whole question. So in general, vaccines you think could be beneficial if the time that it takes for it to activate fit the medical need.
Absolutely. If it actually provides a benefit to the person that the person's not otherwise going to have, or substantially makes an impact on the timing sequence, now you have a rationale for doing that. I mean, come on. If you get tetanus and you go into what you call lockjaw, it's not the fact that the muscles, your masseter muscles in your jaw lock up and you can't chew food. It's because your respiratory muscles lock up and you can't take in air.
Oh, wow.
That's not a good thing. So it is good to have a tetanus shot, because dying because you can't breathe is not a good alternative. Now, that doesn't mean that I want them to produce tetanus with garbage material.
Yeah.
I want a clean vaccine. I don't want a dirty vaccine. I don't want a sloppy vaccine. The reason why most people have an allergy to penicillin isn't because they have an allergy. Now, today it's different, but in my parents' generation, you remember the guy who discovered penicillin, right?
No.
Fleming.
All
right? You remember the guy who developed the vacuum tube, right?
I'm going to say Fleming.
Fleming. Remember one of the two guys who put the lines on the map, longitude and latitude, right?
Mr. Fleming, we'll call him.
Fleming. Dr. Fleming.
Doctor.
You know the guy who developed the quadratic blood flow equation for human hearts, don't you?
Are we speaking to him?
You are, Dr. Fleming.
That's amazing.
Okay, so, I used to tease my kids, if I ask you a question and I give you a lead-in, the answer is...
always Fleming.
Fleming. So, anyway, Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. Now, when they first produced it, they didn't do a very good job. There was a lot of garbage in it, okay? A lot of extra proteins. Those extra proteins are what produce the allergic reaction. Clean, pure penicillin doesn't tend to really produce an allergic reaction. So, the problem wasn't the penicillin. The problem was the crummy job that was done. We've gone from making poor quality penicillin to outstanding quality, and we've gone from making good quality vaccines to apparently just not caring.
Well, now I was just about to read to you. So I saw this. I was planning on bringing this up for us to look at, but let me just read you the byline. Mandatory California childhood vaccines really are made in China, and there is no quality control whatsoever.
I'm sorry, I know you want a response. My first response is, why the heck are they being made in China? Did we just fall off in this country? I'm sorry. I believe every country in the world should work together.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to everybody's ability in this country. I know there's pharmaceutical companies. Some of them tried to recruit me directly out of my fellowship and for good money.
Yeah.
But not me, right? Stupid me.
But you're right. Everything's in China, and we should be, obviously, the whole point of what happened here is we should have everything produced here. And vaccines, children that are going to be growing up and producing more children in this country, you should not allow the Chinese to control what is going into the kids in our country.
Well, the FDA is supposedly responsible for protecting the public health, but in the last couple of years, they've pulled more drugs off the market than they've actually approved. I've dealt with the FDA in trying to address the issues of these nuclear isotopes, of rubidium generators, of cardiac catheterizations, and I get the same runaround every time. One of them, it was so bold as to insult me on what I was trying to tell them on the nuclear isotopes by saying we needed more cardiac catheterization data. And I tried to explain to them that, no, we didn't. We didn't need more cardiac catheterization data because most of the cardiac cath data are qualitatively visually interpreted and not quantitatively actual measured. And I said the reason why I know that you don't have an expert there telling you about that is there's only been 5 major papers published in the literature on coronary angiograms or cardiac catheterization, same thing, talking about the errors made in reading those. The first 3 papers, first authors were in the 70s and 80s, and they were Dietrich, Zur, and de Ruin. The 4th one was written by a doctor out of Hopkins, and his name was Bowman. And the 5th one was written by a guy out of Houston by the name of Fleming. So knowing that they didn't have one of the other 4 there, for the FDA to tell me what they needed was, as I told them, very disingenuous, because they didn't know what the heck they were talking about. And my paper was the one that actually showed the problems resulting in the differences between visually comparing and actually measuring. Bowman said it didn't matter where you were in the country, north, south, east, west, center of the country, whether you were in a university hospital or private practice little 10, if you could have 10 beds and still have a cardiac cath lab hospital, the same mistakes were made. People tend to overjudge the severity of disease and underjudge the end results, which meant that they were overestimating the benefits they were getting from procedures, which placed people at significant risk in the end.
Interesting.
So the FDA hasn't demonstrated to me that they've got a handle on this. The CDC hasn't demonstrated they've got a handle. Look, we have over 5 million infected Americans. There's 60,000 dead ones.
Yep.
Haven't we had enough people get the infection in this country to have used the measurement method of FMTBDM to answer the question?
I think.
I know that the people that I'm working with that are providing me from data from all over the world, I've got a protocol that I am completely satisfied with, but I'm waiting for everybody else to get on the same page, because God forbid I suggest how you should actually do that.
Well, that's the problem. Is any suggestions that are made, you get this block from, the WHO didn't say that, and Dr. Fauci didn't say that, and this is Mary M points this out over and over every time she comes on. She goes, no, 6 presidents is enough. This guy, and then what happened with Mikovits, how she had the information on AIDS, and he held it for 6 months so he could write his own paper in order to get the patent and do all the other shady stuff he did. And we're listening to this gentleman who's telling us masks don't work, and now he's telling us you need to wear a mask. Behind the scenes, the cameras show him just being a straight hypocrite, pulls down his mask, he's doing whatever. And he's wearing the stupid mask that we know does not work. People are actually getting sicker wearing those cotton bacteria nests. And, it seems extremely hypocritical that the man who's supposed to be guiding us, who's obviously clearly in big pharma's pocket, has not said one word about your immune response and about taking care of your health and making sure that you sleep more. And masks may actually get you to be sicker and to not have an immune response you need when you really need it. You're weakening your body. None of this stuff is said by him.
And to be, here's the scientist in me, okay? Because I'll hear something from you, and instead of letting it go, I'm gonna make a comment on it anyway, right?
Please do, because I don't know
that's
what
I do. I'm originally Norwegian.
Okay.
My ancestral name is Fleming, and then it became Fleming when they moved to Belgium. And, we're just, it's the ancestry. I'm not sure wearing the mask necessarily makes anybody worse.
Oh, really?
It just doesn't make anybody better.
So it doesn't harm you to wear it?
I think the problem is that what it does is it tends to have people play with it on their face. If they're coughing or sneezing into it, then wonderful. They've developed this wonderful respiratory pathogen here. The problem is it came out of them. So breathing it back into them, it was already there. I don't know. It's just, the point is, it hasn't been demonstrated to help unless you're coughing and sneezing. And then again, I thought we got this in 2nd grade. Don't cough and sneeze on other people.
And cough into a handkerchief, sneeze into a handkerchief, into your elbow, like your kid said. But to do it into the open air, I've seen people, you've seen people do this. Like with a 5-year-old kid, achoo, and you're like, what are you cover your? It's a simple cover, so you're not blowing that thing out in the air. When you cough, you don't just cough. You cover just have a little respect for the human beings walking around you.
You know what, folks? This is how every pneumonia gets transmitted to another person. It's the bacteria. In other cases, we talk about something called community-acquired pneumonia, which are certain bacteria that people have been coughing out. You haven't seen us lock down the country or the world and put you all in masks because we see people with pneumonia every year. Pneumonia, FYI, means infection of the lungs. That's it.
Okay.
It doesn't tell you whether it's viral. It doesn't tell you if it's bacterial. It doesn't tell you if it's fungal. It doesn't tell you if it's tuberculosis. It doesn't tell you if it's a protozoan. It doesn't tell you what it is. It says infection of the lungs. You want to know something about that photo? FMTVDM doesn't tell you it's due to COVID. It tells you what's going on in the tissue. It tells you there's an infectious and inflammatory reaction going on. So you have to use it with a brain to know whether you're treating the right thing. If that number were 250,
let me put that back
it would
up.
tell you there's a cancer. It wouldn't tell you what type of cancer. You would have to know what type of cancer it is to know what type of treatment it is. And then you could treat it, and you could follow it with doing the test again and tell somebody whether their treatment for the cancer worked, just like you follow this again after you start treatment to tell you if the treatment for COVID-19 works. That's what it tells you.
So 250 means cancer?
A number like that on that image would be cancer.
Interesting.
Or pre-cancer. It could be a pre-cancer. Now, the other thing that I don't talk about is that it's not just the number, but it's the spread of the numbers. So some of those have a number plus or minus something. And the more plus or minus it is, the wider that number is. That is called variance or variability. And the more variability there is, the less settled in that number is. It tells you there's change going on.
Interesting.
If the variance is tight, plus or minus 5, that number, that average number, that mean number, what it's called the mean, average for everybody else, I guess, non-statistical world, tells you what it is. But when it's wider, it tells you that there's change going on. So let's say you have a number that's 140, okay, plus or minus 10. All right, stay with me. 140 plus or minus 10. Now you take 3 days of whatever the treatment is, and the number shows 120 plus or minus 20. It tells you it's getting better because it moved from 140 to 120. It's normalizing, but there's more variability, which tells you that the change is occurring.
I see.
You're actively changing. Okay?
So
now you try a treatment for 3 days. You start with 140 plus or minus 10, and you try a treatment for 3 days, and now the result is 150 plus or minus 5. That means you got worse, and it's all getting worse.
I see.
It's tight, right?
I see, yeah. So you're actually able to, it's almost diagnosing everything at once.
Yeah. If you're smart enough.
If you're smart enough to use your scientific method in order to, the algorithm that you've created in order to determine if something is a positive or a negative in your body and how it's reacting, and that's a really amazing thing. And I like the idea that you're giving it to people for COVID, and I like even more that the entrepreneur in you has found a way to make it accessible to every disease, and this could wind up being a massive thing for you. It's a really awesome thing.
Yeah, it's it's like so many things. It really, look, that took 20 years of work, 20 years of work, and everything that I have produced is the result of other people before me having done scientific work that led up to it.
Makes sense.
That original inflammation and vascular disease theory that explains all this. I didn't do all that work. I'm just the guy who read, because I joined American Heart as the youngest person to join different faculties in 1976. And so I was on a lot of committees, served a lot of things. I helped to rewrite the cholesterol guidelines, and ACLS, advanced cardiac life support, and begin teaching doctors about heart disease and cholesterol and diet. And the reality was, when I started working on this theory, it was a matter of me going, we still have so much variability that there's a problem. And let me see if I can get some better light here. Just a second.
This is crazy interesting stuff, guys. I hope you're enjoying it.
Sorry about that. Hopefully this is better light.
No worries.
Where I said, okay, so this is not... Okay, so if Fleming already understands it all with cholesterol, and, we've been beating this to death for a while, then, gosh, everybody should be free of heart disease, right? Well, if Ornish has it right, then, well, you have to explain why, that didn't take care of everybody. And you look at the different components. And so what I said was, okay, let's not only just look at what other cardiologists are writing and publishing. Let's look at what the internal medicine doctors are doing. Let's look at what the, some of the endocrinology work that's going on, because their thing is cholesterol and diabetes and that type of thing. Let's look at other areas of medicine. Let's look at what the nutritionists are saying. They must know something about nutrition. They're spending their life doing it. And, I looked first in the United States, and I said, well, maybe we don't have it all down. So let's look at what they're doing in other countries. And it took about 6 months, and I kept drawing this diagram out. What you see is that version that you see that you think is complicated is the dumbed down version.
That's the dumbed down version? Hold on, I'm going to put that back on the screen.
That's the dumbed down version.
Let me put that back up for people to look at while you talk. This is brilliant, guys. Look at this. This is the guys, this is the dumbed down version, just so you know what we're about to see here. Ready? Check this out. This looks like there's that old cartoon as a kid when Tom and Jerry are, and Tom's trying to figure out how to catch Jerry, or vice versa. And it's like that diagram. That's what I see.
Well, the funny thing is that I get people who insult me and they try to critique things, and they'll talk about how it makes no sense. And my first thought on that is that, well, you clearly don't have enough knowledge base to know whether it makes sense or not.
Exactly.
And
Here it is.
You did have that knowledge base, you would recognize that, that's it.
Yeah, this is it, people. Check this out.
So,
while Dr. Fleming speaks.
Anyway, so and I put it all, and I kept redrawing it, and I have gotten somewhat sensitive to who I share information with and who I don't, because there was an oncologist who was a very well-known oncologist who said that cancers were blood rich, and I saw him on a PBS special one day, and I called him up and I said, well, I don't care. I said, Dr. Folkman, I said, I just saw your PBS special, and I said, first off, congratulations. I thought you did a good job. He had tried to tell people that cancers were blood rich, and people told him for years that he was nuts, because they would look at the cancers under the microscope, and there wasn't a lot of blood there. And of course there wasn't, because the cancers would be taken out in the operating room. They'd be put in a container. They'd go down to the lab. They'd be fixed. They'd be sliced. And by the time all that had done, well, much of the blood had drained out of them. So they weren't engorged and as blood rich as he saw in the operating room. But so I had a nice conversation with him, and I had this up on the wall in my puzzle pieces, because I'd cut out puzzle pieces just to show, being cute, putting the pieces of the puzzle together, right? And he says, well, Dr. Fleming, what do you think your theory has to do with cancer? And I looked at it for a little bit, and I said, well, because this is how you get heart attacks or myocardial infarctions. And I said, well, I guess the treatment of cancer should be that you give it a cancer attack. And that started a whole field of research where they gave immune therapy and treatments, antibody therapies to kill off the blood vessel supply growth. But then Folkman started talking to the media, telling them that he had developed this test that would find cancer. And I thought, well, that's wrong, and so when he would then call me back for more bits and pieces, I would go, Judah, I'm not gonna tell you, because, the reality is, when I give you the information, then you go around telling people that you came up with it, and try to get credit for it. And that's just unethical. So
for sure.
That type of thing bites people in the end, and he died, interestingly enough, from cancer. So there is some irony in that.
Wow.
And perhaps karma.
Karma could be. You would say too in general that we as I don't know if it's the last 30, 50, how many years better than me, the cancer rate has gone through the roof, right? Hasn't it?
Yeah, until COVID-19, I was worried about cancer becoming the number one death of people in the world. And if you go back to some of my original work, 1990s, I published several papers trying to bring this together for people in the theory, explaining that this inflammation that prior to the discovery of penicillin, Fleming, that the number one cause of death in the world was infectious disease. And after the discovery of penicillin and the beginning of treatment of people for infectious diseases, particularly bacteria, the death rate from infections started to decrease. And then as a wonderful offshoot of our technology, we managed to learn how to make foods that are worse for us so that we could try to kill ourselves off as a species. And we've been quite successful with that. Yep. But with the introduction of the inflammation theory and the role of infections and both viruses and bacteria and others, I actually made the statement following the introduction of the theory to begin with that I saw infections being the number one cause of death again in the world, only this time through the introduction of the inflammation they would produce, leading to the heart attacks and strokes. And that is exactly what's happened with COVID-19. So where Einstein's theory of relativity was actually proven with the Manhattan Project, sadly enough, the Fleming inflammation theory and the role that viruses could play in coming back as the number one cause of death has truly been proven by COVID-19.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't think Einstein felt any better about Hiroshima and Nagasaki than I do about COVID-19 as verification of theories.
Yeah.
But if COVID-19 has done anything, it's validated my inflammation and vascular disease theory.
Well, I think this is why it's so important that we get the word out about this, and I think what's important and people need to understand, you're not walking around saying the words CURE. You haven't said anything about that you think this works. What we want to make sure is anybody that's out there that may have a comorbidity, there's somebody out there who is really nervous that they understand, because we did talk about one drug. We talked about hydroxychloroquine and that there are 5 potential benefits to this drug, but you said there are other things that are working as treatments. Again, no cures, but treatments.
You have to understand that, so here's kind of the way in which there's the treatment protocol if you want to pop it up there.
Yeah, let me put that up. Great idea.
And this is where we make that wonderful statement. This is not intended to provide medical advice. In no way am I providing a service to you.
Exactly. This is just a suggestion.
My lobotomy just took place 10, 15 seconds ago. No, you're not my patient.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation.
Putting the pieces together for you. So
guys,
if you are looking at the sequence of what happens, you have to look at 4 fundamental concepts. And if you can't look at these 4 fundamental concepts as the doctor, your patient is out of luck. Okay? Because you have to be smart enough to do this. The first part is the attachment of the virus and its replication. So the drugs that you need to be thinking about are things that impair that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, in my perfect world of what I do, part of what I do is actually try to get the immune system nutrient positive. And so in the protocol that I developed, there are things like vitamin C and vitamin B6 and vitamin B12 and folate. Those latter 3 are important for for homocysteine, and elevations in homocysteine occur when the immune system has failed, whether it's from this infection or due to coronary artery disease or due to cancer. There's also several other things that are included. all designed to enhance the immune response. Of course, we don't want an overactive immune system, but we do want it to be functional. So the immune support with those vitamins, or my friends in Europe would say vitamins, and minerals are important. Then you have to look at for which drugs can actually interfere with the attachment. Currently, those are things like chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine, or Primaquine. The protocol that we developed for the national clinical trials, which is NCT 04349410, which tells you that you've been doing it way too long, when you can recall a number like that, is the only one that I know that has varying doses of hydroxychloroquine to be used, because in the early stages of this, we were curious as to what the doses would be. At which point, I'm now going to stop and talk a little bit more about hydroxychloroquine, because the major side effect that everybody wants to talk about with hydroxychloroquine is QT prolongation. Now, for the general public, you're hearing about this as a rhythm that will kill you, okay?
Like a heart arrhythmia.
Okay, so there's point number one. There's only one arrhythmia.
Okay.
And that is asystole. A means absent, and there's only one rhythm that's absent. That's asystole, which means you're dead. No heart rhythm. The rest are called dysrhythmias because they are abnormal rhythms. Okay? So sorry about that, but I am a purist.
No, I want to be
talking about this. Now, QT prolongation. To cardiologists like myself and other people that are heavily invested in cardiology, we think of the heart not as this big, beautiful pump that all of you do, although we do think of it that way. We think of it as a group of cells that are connected, that things are going in and out of the cells on a constant basis. Things like sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium. And when that happens in a given sequence, depending upon what the cell is responsible for doing, that cell will either conduct an electrical impulse or it will contract. So typically two different types of cells. Now, when the QT portion gets longer, there is a risk of an abnormal rhythm, a dysrhythmia. Drugs like azithromycin will do that. Okay?
Okay.
There's a question about hydroxychloroquine doing that. There's another thing that will do that, and that's called inflammation. So if you don't treat it and you get inflammation, you're going to have QT prolongation. Macrolide antibiotics like azithromycin and Viaxin and erythromycin do that. Cardiologists, we've known about this for decades, you know. There are drugs used for psychotic disorders and a variety of drugs that are used that all do that, okay? And so far, despite cardiologists being worried about it, nobody else seems to have cared, except for the occasional doctor who's lost a patient from that. All right, it happens. Now, but if you don't treat it, you're going to have inflammation, and that will prolong QT, and that can kill you for the same reason. Here's the problem you need to ask yourself. With every other drug that doctors like myself prescribe and you take, there are potential side effects. You have side effects all the time, but you keep taking your drugs. And our job is to say, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, or whatever name you want to use, how bad are the side effects? How well is the drug working? If the drug is really working well, you're going to really have to convince me to stop giving you a medicine that's doing its job. You have side effects. My questions are, how bad are they? Can you live with them? Do we need to give you another medicine to deal with it? Okay. I mean, you've all seen tardive dyskinesia, right? For the people that are on antipsychotics, they have commercials now for tardive dyskinesia, the people that are shaking, and we treat them for tardive dyskinesia. That's just a classical, another side effect of some of these drugs that prolong QT. They don't stop taking their antipsychotic medication. They get another drug for the tardive dyskinesia.
I see.
So the first question is, how well does it work? Second is, how long do you have to take that medicine? Now, if you're on a drug for psychosis, schizophrenia, heart disease, diabetes, you're probably going to be on it for a long time. And now we have to talk about dealing with the side effect for a long time. If you're on hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19, you're on it for, oh God, a week to 10 days. It's not like forever. So I think if there's a side effect, maybe I can give you a drug to treat it for a week to 10 days.
I see.
And guess what? Guess what? Sometimes it's a matter that you don't have enough potassium or calcium or magnesium, so maybe you need to be giving that, which is what we do in the protocol right up front. And you never hear about anybody addressing that as an issue. Maybe we could give you something called IV esmolol, which is a drug that you have to take by vein that shortens the QT interval. The side effect of this drug is it shortens the QT. Let's see. Side effect lengthens QT. Side effect of the other drug shortens QT.
So you use them in tandem, and then
might work together, but you never hear anybody talking about it. And here's the kicker: that prolonged QT is a problem because it develops a certain rhythm that I have yet to hear about in any of the published papers or any of the conversations from anybody talking about you running the risk of dying from a prolonged QT. And that term is torsade de pois. Okay? It's not called torsade de point. I recognize Americans bastardize French. It's called torsade de pois, which means to dance around a point. That is the rhythm, the dysrhythmia that will kill you. I am yet to see a single paper by anybody complaining about QT prolongation stating, and these people develop torsade de pois, which is real obvious if you've ever seen it. You can't miss it. It looks like nothing else, except if you go on Google, and then they will frequently show you something that actually isn't torsade de pois, but close enough for Google, your MD degree that you're getting off Google.
Now you got to tell us, like, what happens?
If you get torsade de pois, you can either give somebody IV magnesium, 2 grams immediately, which tends to reverse it. You can put external pacemaker pads on it and do what's called overdrive it. So you drive the heart rhythm faster than the torsade de pois, and then you slow it down back to normal. And then you should be going, oh, why did we get in that rhythm, and doing something about it. And the problem is that if you've gotten to torsade de pois to begin with, you've been sitting there twiddling your thumbs as the QT has been getting longer and longer and longer every day. Why did you let that happen?
Yeah. Wow.
You went to medical school. I know you're not a cardiologist, probably. Hey, guess what? There's plenty of room for everybody to be involved with COVID patients. In fact, one of the things I see, unfortunately, is there are teams throughout the world that are being successful with their COVID patients. And do you think that they are sharing that credit with the rest of their colleagues in the hospital? No, they're hush-hush about what they've done that's working for them, because they're hoping to get a scientific paper published in many instances. Good luck. It's only costing hundreds of thousands of lives.
I know. It's like a Fauci 2.0.
Okay, so pre-hospitalization, you come in and you see the doctor, but you don't look that bad. Okay? You're not going to get started on anything by me. But then you're not seeing me anyway, so you're not going to get started on anything by me. And this is all just a hypothetical statement, much like law school, when everything is a hypothetical statement, right? My law degree came in good for something, right? A hypothetical statement. But now you come into your doctor's office. You weren't dumb enough to go sit in the McDonald's line to get your nose swabbed, because it's going to take 4 to 5 days, and those days are critical. Because guess what? If you're positive, if you get your nasal swab by your doctor and they send it off, that doctor, if he or she is smart enough, should go, maybe I should start treatment today. Because do you know what doctors do every time we think you have an infection?
What the doctor does with their physical...
What a good doctor does is we get samples of where we think you could be getting the infection, right? And then we start treatment right away. Do you know why? Because those few days while we're waiting for the test to come back are critical. Critical.
That is amazing.
Okay? Because if you wait too long, you end up with dead or seriously ill patients. So your baby comes in with meningitis that's 2 months old. We do a lumbar puncture. We get blood cultures. We get other cultures. probably do a chest x-ray, make sure there's not pneumonia, and that baby gets started on treatment for E. coli right away. Why? Because E. coli is the most likely infectious bacterial agent to be for a baby of that age. Now, could we be wrong? Absolutely. Why do we go to medical school? Partially to learn fun facts like that, so when you get a 2-month-old baby who comes in the emergency room with meningitis, you go, darn, treatment time with this drug, and you patiently wait for those lab results to come back. And if they get worse, usually it's in a couple days, you go, darn, no lab results back. I guess I better add antibiotics for the next things, or then antivirals, or then antifungals while you wait for those results to come back, so you know, and then you can tailor down and go just to the one that you need that will kill that infection. So when you come in for COVID-19 and your doctor's looking at you and they're doing a swab, their first thought should be, if you are symptomatic, I need to start treatment now, because the next 4 to 5 days is where, if we do nothing, that virus is going to replicate. And what happens after about 4 days, it's big enough that it's loaded out and it's caused your immune response, and now you're at stage 2. And stage 2 is where you didn't want to get.
Yeah. You
were hoping you weren't immune naive or having one of those comorbidities, but you're hoping that now pre-treatment, pre-hospitalization, it's not pre-treatment, it's treatment of viral infection and replication, will do its job. If not, the next thing that you have to think about as a doctor is what's going to happen to the patient as a result of the infection. And we know that this virus's number one thing that it will tell you is a problem is, I can't breathe, right? Because it's happening in the lungs. It's happening in the GI tract. It's probably happening in the brain. But your body is going, I'm not getting oxygen to survive, and I can't get rid of CO2. So your doctor now has to be smart enough to go, congratulations, you won the lottery, you're going into the hospital. And they have to be smart enough to now know not to just put you on a ventilator at 10 cc's per kilogram body weight, because that will kill you. You have to know to put them on 5 cc's per kilogram body weight so you don't cause more inflammation. Or you can put them on BiPAP to blow it by at a greater oxygen concentration, or you could do VV or AV, ECMO, to take the blood out and get oxygen into the body, or you could just flip them over on their belly and see if that doesn't work. But you are going to have to do that, and you are going to have to realize that you are now at 4 days, 5 days, which means acute, innate T-cell cytotoxic responses have kicked in, and you need to be treating that, which means this is now the time for interferon and tocilizumab, the interleukin-6 inhibitor, tocilizumab, is that the interleukin-6 inhibitor, to calm down the inflammatory response. You might want to add on primaquine to have some additional boost in trying to control the virus. And this would be the intelligent time to throw in remdesivir, because that, if it's going to work, is for viral replication. Not a week later, or 2 weeks later, or a month later, when there's been plenty of viral replication. You need to do it sooner than later. So this is day 4. Get your act together. It's not a party. They didn't come in here because they feel good, and they will die from an inflammatory thrombotic response if you don't treat it and get it under control. You know, when I was in medical school, students have got to love this, we put everybody on sub-Q heparin who was in a bed for extended days. And if they were having orthopedic surgery, they got sub-Q heparin. Why? Because those people will form blood clots by virtue of the fact that they're not moving around. And what are we doing to the COVID patients? Not only are they predisposed if they have these comorbidities, but we're leaving them in bed to just encourage the blood clotting that much more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Why in God's green earth haven't we been giving sub-Q heparin? Why haven't we been putting them up in the chairs? Why haven't we been treating the inflammation and the thrombosis? Why?
That's a great question.
You do an FMTVDM, you start them on all those medicines, and by the way, you may notice on there, I have bronchodilators on there. Atrovent, drugs that will relax the airways going into the lungs to improve the flow of blood. I don't have I've got atropine on there. I don't have other drugs on there that will increase the heart rate. I only have the drugs that will relax the airways to the lungs. Open the lungs up, and if any of the drugs can be given to you by nebulization to go in through the lungs to get directly to the lungs, that's how they should be given. Okay? Because that's where the major treatment needs to go to stop the breathing problem. You do the drugs for 3 days, you repeat an FMT-VDM, there's going to be one of three things happen. They're either going to get better, which says, bingo, stay with that treatment. Yeah. They're going to get worse, which says, whoops, didn't work, we have to look for something more. Or they're going to stay about the same, which doesn't mean that the treatment didn't work, because they might have been getting worse to begin with, and this just reined it in. It means keep what you're doing and add to it. And that's where you can then add the additional treatments that are out there, which you can see on the chart.
Hold on, pull it up.
And this is where you could consider adding the antibodies, because, you know, when we're talking about the blood transfusions, this is passive transfusion. And so, you know, you can either add methylprednisolone to add the additional control of the inflammation, or you can add the convalescent titer, you know, the thing that we've known about since 1918. Remember, I will go back to that H1N1. Yes, it was. And then...
so it didn't disappear. It's like you said, they never disappear.
No, things don't disappear. I hate to break this. We are going to disappear as a species before the viruses do. Wow. And if we disappear as a species, it's because we've been stupid enough to kill ourselves off one way or another. And this COVID-19 thing is a testament to just how easy it is for a species that's frightened to kill itself off.
Yeah. I mean, guys, this is 99.4% of people will survive. That's what the new WHO estimation is 0.6%.
But the point is that the ones that are dying didn't need to die to begin with.
Yeah, so you're saying, like, if they had done this smart from the beginning, we would have seen the numbers that I was asking you about originally, which is from 120 to 167 on a 4 million case ratio. You're talking 47,000 deaths on 4 million cases. So
who are they going to? Yeah, and I think I got into the vaccines, didn't I? I mean, yeah. I explained that earlier, how they're going to use the healthcare workers to goad everybody into doing it. Then what's going to happen? What do you think? I think
the tag on too is going to, you'll see Pelosi and all of them go out and say, I just got my vaccine. Look, I'm fine. And it's going to be a tag team approach between the physicians and the government in order to say that, look, we've done it. Now it's your point to be Americans and to stand up and do this.
I get people without science getting frightened by this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we don't tell you everything, okay? If we told you everything about every problem, you would basically go nuts.
We'd never leave our homes.
Medical students do that a lot. A lot of my colleagues did that in medical school. You know, we talk about a symptom of a disease. Oh my God, you think I have that disease? You know, I think I have that disease. I felt my heart flutter. Do you think I have atrial flutter? Do you think I have SVT? Wait a minute, which is, it's a garbage can term, by the way. If you're a cardiologist, listen, I just used a garbage can term. SVT is a stupid term. It's more than one thing, okay?
Oh, okay. Well, Dr. Fleming,
do I have mitral valve prolapse? I feel like my heart is racing all the time. It could be anxiety. Put a bag over your mouth. Breathe in and out of the bag before you do anything else. You know, you did not just suddenly, because you took this class, develop that. So every time you want to know what all the side effects of your medications are, go read the physician's desk manual, the PDR. That'll put you to sleep at the end of the night. Because the problem is that the way the government does this is anybody who has any problem while they're taking a medication is supposedly supposed to report that problem. I have a patient, one of two patients. There's medicines called diuretics, right? These are medicines that the lay public call water pills because you urinate more with them. Okay, there are two patients on planet Earth that I know of that are allergic to Lasix, but not Bumex. Okay, Bumex is twice the dose of Lasix. basically the same drug. 2 people, okay? Which makes no sense, because if you're allergic to Lasix, you should be allergic to twice Lasix or Bumix, okay? 2 people, not allergic to Bumix. How do I know that? Because I was a physician in an emergency room once that a patient needed to get rid of extra fluid, and he pulls out of his back pocket the case report because he is one of the 2 patients. And I had to go look it up in the PDR, and by golly, he was right. It's like, and I get one of the 2 people on planet Earth. It's like, so if I give you twice as much, you're going to be good. But if I'd have given you okay, so if we told you everything, you would go nuts.
Yeah. No, I think
don't
you're right.
do that. Okay, it's like right. one of my first expressions that I will tell a patient is, "Don't panic, unless I panic."
Yeah.
If I panic, you should freak out.
that makes perfect sense.
Because I just don't panic. It doesn't help. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help me. Trust me, I stay awake enough at night worrying about things. Did I do something right?
Yeah.
Is my theory correct?
Yep.
Is there something wrong with what I've done? What did I miss today? Okay? And I'm a type A personality. If you didn't figure that out, I'm a type A personality. Okay?
I could absolutely tell. I mean, look, you've accomplished so much, and the work you're doing is very important. And I think right now more than ever, because of what's going on with censorship, and this is a bigger topic than most know about, because if you think about the other parts of the world that are getting behind using these treatments, specifically hydroxychloroquine, the graphs look completely out of whack with the countries that are saying, no, it doesn't work, it's illegal, or we're not going to give it. And I think, like you said, if they from the beginning, if this wasn't an election year, first of all, this is just me outside saying this, if this was not an election year, I don't think the playbook would have been the same.
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree. I don't think they would have handled this way. They would not have shut down the country. Like, I don't think any of this stuff would have happened the way it happened.
So, yeah, let me go back to a point I started to make. If you're not a physician, if you're not a scientist, and you're panicked about this, I understand that. Okay? I get questions from relatives all the time. I understand that. I understand that it's very challenging to know whether you should be wearing a mask or getting a vaccine or whether you should be taking a medicine, because it's not in your bailiwick. This is not something you do. And you just got thrown in. I mean, this is like taking somebody who's never swum before and throwing him into the Atlantic Ocean and going, well, we're going to find out if you swim.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. I think we should have probably tried it out in a pool, maybe a wading pool, based upon some people's swimming skills.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a scuba diver, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm good. Okay?
Not
me. In fact, I like being in deep water, because the farther down I go, the fewer people I know are going to come after me. And everything else out there is basically more or less friendly. There's a few nasty things like sharks, but by and large, sharks, even sharks, I don't think sharks wake up in the day and they think, oh, let's go kill a human. It's usually us doing something that's more annoying to them than anything else. But
you're saying there's very few sharks. There's very few sharks out there that are saying, I'm looking for a Fleming today. I got to find a Fleming.
Yeah, I don't begrudge politicians. I don't care which side of the aisle, because I've taken care of people on both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I've taken care of people on both sides of the aisle in one of those residences that you all know about. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care what people's religion is. I don't care what their politics are. I don't care what the color of their skin is. I realize that this is outside of your comfort zone. I realize that you hear numbers. I mean, this reminds me of when I was a kid growing up, and I had a Vietnam draft number, if that gives you an idea of how old I am. We had body bag counts every day, And when we did the draft, and we sat there and we watched the lottery as we pulled the numbers out in the first 2 years, from 10th through 11th, the 11th to 12th grade, my number was in the top 10. Talk about odds. So I know what it's like to watch things that make you nervous, and you're going, I'm going to go to a bad scenario. And that's what you feel like. And you've been told that if we don't wear a mask, somebody is going to infect you, or you're going to infect somebody that you care about, and you don't want to live with the guilt of that. And you've been pretty well set up. And in the book that I have that we're publishing, one of the chapters talks about how people are manipulated and controlled by giving you a behavior, essentially, that allows you to have some control, that you can then say, see, I'm doing something that brings this under control, so therefore I feel better. I feel less threatened by it because I'm doing something and I'm wearing a mask. I completely get that. That's why I put the mask on for the grocery store employees who get harangued by the other people. Not because I think the mask does diddly squat, but because I get it. Yep. Okay? Yep. And I'm trying to find a way to walk all of you back, because the reason why you're so afraid isn't because you're afraid of getting COVID-19. The reason why you're afraid is because you are afraid of dying from COVID-19 or causing the death of somebody.
Yeah.
You've all had viruses. You've all had infections. You didn't go, oh my goodness, I'm afraid to have that. What you have been sold now is that you're getting infected with this will cost the life of somebody else. That's what has you afraid. And I'm trying to walk all of you back to understand this is not a reality. And had they responded to this originally, treating the inflammation and the blood clotting and the infection, producing the blood clotting and the inflammation, these deaths did not need to occur. And there's still time for the people in the system to fess up and do this properly. But if their focus is merely shoving one more thing at you, or waving now the carrot and the stick of a vaccine, that this will somehow give you another sense of control, they have done more harm to society than they have helped the people who need being treated with this infection. Knowledge is the answer to fear. That was the reason for writing the book, to provide knowledge. The reason for doing this type of discussion isn't because I feel like I want to spend a couple hours repeating what I already know. It's to try to help people calm and sense and center to understand what's really going on.
It's amazing.
If somebody that you have been near has gotten this virus, they were probably going to get this virus to begin with. But if they die from this virus, it is not because you gave it to them. It's because they were not treated for the inflammation and the clotting caused by their body's reaction to the virus.
That is amazing. I'm so glad you said that, because I think that's missed in the translation of the media narrative. But they push on us that we're going to kill people. That you're going to kill somebody because you brought it home, you brought it to your grandparents, and that is the fear that they really put on us, is that we are going to become murderers. And without saying it, they're like, it's you are the problem. And just very quickly, I remember back in February, I was the first guy wearing a mask just because I got freaked out at the beginning. I'll be the first to say it. And I didn't know it was what. And I have one of those respirators. I'm an inventor. I invented the first drum in the world for singer-songwriters, first drum for percussionists. You can play with your hands and feet. And so I spray with lacquer. So I've got these respirators, So I go into Trader Joe's in February with one of my respirator masks on, and I literally heard a lady go, "This is ridiculous. Look at this. This is crazy." And I called my wife afterwards. I said, "You're not going to believe it." Some lady was like, thought I was crazy. And I said, "You know what? I'm going to keep wearing the mask because I don't know if it works or not, but I'm not going to get COVID because I didn't wear a mask." And then now it's the opposite. If I didn't wear my mask, I become the threat.
Right.
It's weird.
Right. They have done, let me give you an example. When I was in medical school, the second semester we had neuroanatomy. And so, and we had histopathology. And this is where you take tissue slices and you look at them under a microscope and identify what's going on. What type of tissue is it? Is there cancer? Is there infection? You know, what's going on? Believe it or not, we get to do all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember sitting there looking at my microscope, and, you know, we're 6 feet is not medical school. Crowded on top of each other, and I'm looking at a microscope, and, you know, I've got my box of slides, and I'm going through, and I'm answering questions. And I remember looking at something, answering it, and I went, oh, that was so stupid. I said, clearly it's not that, it's this. And do you know what happened? The professor walking right behind me and said, congratulations, Fleming, you just killed your first patient. And I went, wow, you can take it down just a notch.
Yeah.
These are slides. These are already dead patients.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, I caught my mistake. Thank you. And number three, we're still in the first month of medical school. Just give me a break. You know, but it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, I'm from Iowa, and it is malignant. Medical school, it is malignant. It is high pressure, you know, and we would go search for internships and residencies, and we all took the Flexner exam, which meant we could take it right out of medical school, which covered us for every state. And that's a 3-day exam that I took with people that had been training me that had come from other universities because they didn't come from Iowa or Ohio State and Iowa were the only two that could take it right out of medical school. And that was a 3-day exam that you had a wristband that stayed on you for the whole time. And if you got it watered, then you lost validation. You couldn't keep taking it. And it was an ultraviolet light, so we were marked. Not sure where I was going with that.
Well, I think basically we're reaching around just discussing the same kind of concept here is just that we're all doing it wrong. Everybody out there is doing it the wrong way, especially the professionals that are in control. And I still want to get back very quickly because we've been on, 2 hours and 45 minutes, Doctor. We're kicking it here. I love this. Like, it's funny. Every time I have, like, Mary Ann comes on, she'd be like, Mark, I can only do a half hour tonight. And then 3.5 hours later, it's like, because we I really like where we are right now, honestly, because we're just chatting. Like, this is what I think is, you know, this is the greatest part of Real Talk is when we're just back and forth chatting.
I want to interject one thought that I've been trying, that I've stopped making a couple times. So hold your thought, if you don't mind. Journalists, that same thought about not having that science and trying to do the right thing. I get it. That's exactly what you're trying to do. I appreciate that. One of the reasons for doing this tonight and at the other times that I'm doing it is to try to get the information out there for you so that you can get the truthful answers. I get, as journalists, you get thrown a lot of things, and none of you signed up for COVID-19.
Oh, yeah.
COVID-19 came, you got thrown into, you did not learn virology, you did not learn medicine, you have not learned epidemiology, you have not learned germ theory, which, by the way, is not completely applicable for viruses anyway, folks. That's for bacteria. We use a different set of standards for viruses. Mm-hmm. And you're doing your best under what is undoubtedly for all of you very stressful circumstances. I mean, I see it in your faces when I talk to you, when I see you on the street, when I see you in the stores, when I do a teleconference with you. I see the terror in your faces. You're scared. I get it. Walking you through this, that knowledge should replace that fear. And I'm asking you to please get the word out and start explaining this to people for 2 reasons. First off, because it is your job as journalists to get the word out there, number one. Number two, if the people in charge won't do this right with all the stuff that's been published on this inflammatory thrombotic disease and these ventilators, then maybe it's up to all of you to bring it to the attention of all the people that are acting like they're in the know, and get them to take on this responsibility so that it will then percolate back down the system so we can start doing this right and people don't die. If you want to do something, instead of making the people feel afraid that they're going to kill somebody because they're going to spread the infection to them, take on the task of educating NIAID, let's be honest, Fauci, Birx, Redfield, Hahn, and Adams. Go back and educate them. Go educate the governors that have been sending the elderly people into the nursing homes without addressing the treatment problems. Go educate the governors that are telling doctors that they cannot prescribe a treatment when in the United States of America, unless I missed the revolution, the overthrow of the government, the license to practice medicine means that once you have a prescription drug approved by the FDA for the treatment of any disease, physicians get to determine, along with their patients, what drugs they're going to use for what reasons. No drug is used for a single reason.
Yep.
So the fact that hydroxychloroquine, whether you like this drug or not, and remember, I'm still telling you, it hasn't been proven.
Yep.
I don't care whether you like this drug or not. Get out of the exam room that the doctor and the patient is in. Governors, unless you're practicing medicine, unless that's your patient, get out. Quit telling doctors how to practice. And the same thing true for, look, FDA, if you want to pull hydroxychloroquine off the market, you pull it off the market. But until then, you have approved this drug for use by physicians. Step back and either participate in doing real scientific research or get out of the picture. Journalists hold the FDA, CDC, NIH, NIAID, WHO, which we really don't control, but you can influence them, the Public Health Service, and everything else that is a government taxpayer paid for agency, hold them to task. Quit looking at this as a political debate. This is not Donald Trump versus Dr. Fauci. If you have positioned yourself to take one side or the other, and I do not care which side you're taking, but if you have decided that one side or the other is right, and anything the other side says is wrong, you are not being an objective journalist. Mm-hmm. You need to say, let's see studies done to treat patients and answer these questions. There's clearly enough patients to study. There's clearly enough doctors who want to participate.
Absolutely.
Hold them accountable.
I think that's a very, very important message. And, I think it's this platform has opened itself up to being, for people like yourself, for Miriam. I've never considered myself a journalist because I'm just a positivity guy who's been live for 596 days in a row. And my plan is to go live every day for if I'm breathing, I'll be out here. And I'm trying to build light. So if I can somehow help someone like you get the message out, and I think today we had a nice amount of people watching, and the other thing we had, my wife, I had her have everybody at school who's had their concerns about this tune in, or they'll be tuning in over the next couple weeks here to get your messages. Because what you did for me is you brought a lot of my concerns to street level. And what I wanted to have is the truth. I just want the real talk. I said to you just by text is it's the moment happening in front of your eyes. And what I want is I want some of my concerns to be settled. And you did that tonight. And I hope you did that for everybody else because you were straight up honest with us. And I think your theory is unbelievable. I really wish you the best of luck with it. And I hope that, everybody actually pays you to use it in order to save lives. My fear is that Big Pharma doesn't like it because it's going to save lives and they want to kill people. They want
Big Pharma has taken me on before, and they've been very successful in attacking me. And, Winston Churchill had a saying once. He said, you have enemies? Good. It means you stood for something at some point in time in your life. One of my statements that I provide for people when they ask, give us one of your mottos, I guess, is you can tell what somebody stands for by what they stand against. Because when you stand against something, you have made a decision. that something is so significant and so wrong that you have to stand against it to prevent the harm that's happening. And when you do that, you are by yourself, you are a target, and you have no support.
Interesting.
When you stand for something, which is what happens when the tide turns, other people are standing there with you, frequently saying, "We have your back."
Yeah, that's true.
Which they didn't for a long time. And it's rah-rah. It's supportive. And
Positive.
It's harder to attack. So you can tell what somebody stands for by what they're willing to stand against. You have to make a conscious decision. It's never comfortable. You will be attacked. You should expect it. And I don't know, history is replete with people that are stood up for something and got attacked for it.
Well, when you're on to something, right? Whenever you're on to something, you're going to get the people come out of the woodwork that are going to say, "Look, I don't like this." And
yeah, the big pharmaceutical company that I took on now basically has backpedaled and said, "Well, it's completely up to doctors how you practice this imaging. You do it any way you want to. It's up to you. We don't practice medicine." No, but you certainly did encourage it. And 15, 20 years ago, when I explained that only one dose of this radioactive isotope was needed, but you had to start imaging right away at 5 minutes. And then when we compared the 5-minute and the 60-minute images, they showed change. Well, that just went in the face of everything that they said. And this was a company that has been able to build $20 billion in the last couple of decades. It's a little change, right? And the interesting thing is that those second doses were never needed. By timing it the way they did, the critical heart disease was missed. 3 million extra curies of radiation has been used. Mind you, during these decades, there have been shortages of this radioactive isotope because of generator problems and these shortages would not have existed had they only used a single dose instead of 2 doses. But they had a great time. Boy, if knocking me down was your example of what it's like to be successful, more power to you, because I'm still here. I have recovered. I have make no bones about it. Lies and misrepresentations catch up to people. Karma is a great thing.
Yep, it's real.
As Gladiator says, either in this life or the next life. This theory that got developed, I have people that track me at conferences that go, "Dr. Fleming, we listened to you a couple years ago. That's not what you said." And, my first thought is, you need a hobby. I mean, other than following me around at lectures, because my tendency is to say, my practice is, I will change what I'm talking about when I'm presented with solid scientific data that shows it. That theory, even though I developed and put together, is the result of hundreds of thousands of papers, but hundreds of researchers who did work
that
against,
led you to,
swimming upstream to try to get answers, so that those answers would be available for me to read through and tease out what was valid and what wasn't valid, and to sort it out. The FMTVDM was the result of me trying to understand why images at 5 minutes and 60 minutes were different when the company said they're going to be the same. When I was a cardiology fellow, I practiced the party line and said, no, there's nothing there at 5 minutes to look at. You need 2 doses, and I wrote some of the original research papers on it. Guess what? When I had a chance to look at it on my own, I was wrong. I practiced the party line. I no longer tell people 2 doses. It's a single dose. And oh my goodness, wouldn't that be terrible if you can spend less money for radiation and expose people to less radiation to get the results, and then quantify it and actually get a valid result? Okay, guess what? Fleming was wrong when he said 2 doses. I practiced the party line. As I learned, I changed. Mea culpa, I guess, But That's how you tell the truth, is to constantly, I tell those people, if you want to know what I'm saying in 3 to 5 years, come back and listen to me, because I don't foretell the future. I will only follow the science. Thanks to all the abuse, I just became more persistent in what I decided I was going to investigate and unmasked even more information. And I can take you back to something I usually start presentations with, which is the second thing that the dean of our medical school told us when we started was 90% of what we're going to teach you is wrong. We just don't know what it is. And for those of you that are scientists, we ask you to go out there and do the research work to help us make that a better number over time. That's what I've devoted decades to. And that's what I am continuing to devote my life to.
You're on a path. You have a mission. And you know what? It reminds me of that. I've been talking about this. I don't know if it's an old parable or something, but professor gets up. He writes these. You ever heard this? He's 10 problems on the board. First one he gets wrong. And he's writing the answers to the rest, and they're all getting harder and harder, and he's getting them right. But the class is laughing at him. And he finishes up at the end, and they say, they're laughing. He goes, "What's so funny?" They say, "How did you get that wrong? 7 + 1, 11?" And he goes, "I just wanted to prove to you guys that in life you could do everything right. And just do one thing wrong, and people will just not recognize anything you've done. No success. They just pay attention to that one flaw, that one. And you just have to be prepared. You have to have a thick skin, and you have to be ready to bounce back and do more right when you make a mistake." And I think that's a valid point to make, is no matter how hard someone hits you, do you have what it takes? How many times have I been live here and 0 people? I've been live for 596 days in a row for an hour to 5 hours a day. How many times have I been on here and 0 people are on, and I still broadcast through a whole show? Because it's not about who's on with me now. It's about the message. It's about getting a message out that in 20, 50, 100 years, when I'm no longer here, someone can tune in and get something from it that maybe they missed when I first recorded,
Right.
So,
Edison got criticized because they said, how does it make you feel to make 100 mistakes in making a light bulb?
I love this one.
They said, I learned 100 ways how not to make a light bulb.
Yeah, I love that one. I think he said 1,000 or something. Yeah, he said 999 ways how not to do it right. It took 1,000 to get. It's like brilliant.
Yeah.
He also was a thief, though. So, so I'm not sure about him. Like Tesla's a guy I was really blown away by, and I think he worked for Edison, correct? And
well, I wasn't there, as far as I know. So, all I know are the rumors that are told. I mean, somebody, they did this the other day. I was listening to somebody talk about germ theory, and they were attacking Koch and Koch's postulates, or Koch, if you want to pronounce it German. And they were saying, and he stole the work from somebody else. No, he didn't. Yes, somebody else did work prior to him that he built upon, but his postulates that he developed were his postulates. They weren't somebody else's.
I see.
And this obsession with Koch's postulates and viruses just simply shows that the people that are obsessing about this don't understand what they're talking about with viruses, because Koch's postulates don't apply to viruses. We do genetic marking and mapping. That's how we know what viruses are and how they're different, because we do genotype sequencing. And those sequences are different than the sequences found in human genetic material.
Interesting. Which
we now know because of all those high school and college nerds that you laughed at over the years, who when you were out were having fun, were studying, and they went through and did the work that allows people like me to say, see, if you have this tRNA codon, you will get this amino acid, because there's only 21 of these suckers to put together, and that's all they wrote. So somebody else did all the work, multiple people did all the work for that, so that I can put a table together in a book that shows you that, lo and behold, this is called science. And I know you won't pass a test if I give it to you, but you at least know it's inside of a book. And if it's inside of a book, it's not magic. And if it's not magic, it means that just maybe we're not all going to die, and we're not going to kill the person down the street if we treat it, because their deaths are due to an inflammatory thrombotic response.
It's a very, very important thing for you guys to hear, because we're all fearing that we're going to give something to someone and they're going to die because of us. That's not the case here. And it's about treating the symptoms up front. And again, you'd never say if you had the flu and all of a sudden someone else got the flu and died that it's because of you, that you killed them. But they really have positioned us that way to feel responsible for coronavirus.
Make you feel responsible, tell you there's something that you can do to then have some control, and then do that, and people would do that. I mean, I feel sometimes like I'm in the Hunger Games.
Or the Twilight Zone. It's like both at the same time.
Yeah, but this is, what is it? May the odds be ever in your favor? I'm sorry. I mean,
it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I have to say that if you would ever want to do this again, this is an open forum. Like literally anytime, if you ever want to continue, there's something else you're just like wanting to get on and chat about it, I'd love to have you back on the show. This was so much fun for me. And I'll tell you honestly, I have a dog upstairs that's screeching, so I'm gonna just take him for a walk. If you are and you want to hang out at all, just I'm gonna put a face swap on for a few minutes and go and do that. And if you want to come back for more, please feel free. But it has been 3 hours and 3 minutes and 38 seconds. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for hanging.
Well, my students will tell you that I can go on and on and on. And it's one of my favorite lecture techniques. In clinicals, didactic obviously has to be structured because there's certain topics that need to be done. But usually in clinicals, I will simply come on and I will go, okay, what do you want to talk about today?
I love that.
Because, that's clearly what's on your mind. We try to connect it up with patients. But
I'd love to talk more about physics next. If you'd like to come back, I'd love to talk more about that whole thing with entanglement and more about what I believe the connection of, if there's something within physics and my belief in how powerful and important positivity is in our lives. And I'm curious if there's any relation, because I didn't study it at all. I always say too, in fact, that for me, things that come out of me, a few things. You heard the smile one about how a smile has an energetic value. Right. Another one I came up with is when someone says you can't smile and thank them for the fuel. Because everyone's always like, oh, well, Timmy said I can't do it. I'm like, well, when someone says you can't, smile. Thank them for that fuel, because that's just more to put in your gas tank when you don't believe in yourself. Well, this guy didn't think I could, and I'm going to show the world, Well,
there's one thing that's always true. The person who says they can't do it, can't
do it. And there's always some guy who shows up and says, here's another thing I came up with that I think is just, I don't know why this hasn't gotten out there, but people look at something, doctor, and they say, geez, that thing's impossible. And I look at it and I say, I'm possible. That thing's looking at me saying, I'm possible. You're seeing no apostrophe in there. I see the apostrophe. It's a weird thing that word actually could be I'm possible, and everyone looks at it as impossible. It's impossible. Someone says, nope, that thing's yelling at me. I'm possible.
Well,
I'm possible.
That's usually what I get when I tell people, don't worry unless I worry. If I worry, you should probably panic. Because I've seen lots of people that have come from all over the world for different health problems. And one of the things I literally take as a very interesting challenge is if somebody else cannot figure out a problem. Obviously, I've been trained since 7th grade to figure out problems, and they used to do these scenarios with us. I know. I'll take a couple more minutes and I'll wrap this up. One of the ways in which they selected the Kennedy kids out, which is the JFK kids that were selected for these advanced programs in the 60s, above and beyond aptitude tests, was they used to give us these scenarios, and every one of the scenarios was a no-win scenario. It was you're on the moon, your ship's crashed, these are your supplies, the only way for you to get off is by getting over to another base where they're going to send a rescue ship. However, there's no way in the world that all of you can make it. Here's the people. what supplies do you take? Who lives? Who dies? They do that on the moon. They do it in the desert. They do it underwater. All scenarios where you kind of have to go, yeah, we have to get out of here and do it. And really what they were selecting in that, beyond our other capabilities, were how easily were we willing to say, you die, and you live.
Yeah.
And there were in my pod, in my group, there were 30, of which 13 of us made it through the 6-year program, and one of those actually ended up in a mental hospital the year after.
Wow.
So there were 12 of us, but
that's because of the pressure you were talking about?
I'm sorry?
Is that because of all that pressure? You said that's a very high pressure situation?
Well, yeah, I mean, they did, it was, yeah, I mean, we had great opportunities. I mean, opportunities I don't think they give college students today that we were given. How often do they let you play around with some of the stuff that we got to play around with? But what they were looking for were basically, I think, sociopaths, with people that would say, yeah, we're going to let so-and-so die. Those of us who actually survived, the 12 in my group, and I've met others since being out here in California that went through the same program, which was helpful for me to find them, because the isolation that existed between the different groups in the country was huge. We had no idea. So to find somebody who actually worked for a government agency, who was also in this here out in California, was helpful to know that. But the 12 of us who survived all had one unique characteristic. And that is, we never once took them serious for the fact that we couldn't pull it off. We answered the question the way they wanted. There's no way you can save more than so many people out of the group. Who do you let die? So we played the game. But to a person, every one of us had the attitude, yeah, you couldn't, but we could. So in our brains, we hadn't sacrificed anybody. We had simply said, well, based upon the fact that you aren't able to do this, yeah, this is what I would do. But all of us would answer to ourselves, but here's how we would solve that problem.
Interesting.
And it would always be outside of the box, because inside the box is where Schrodinger's cat is. And the question is whether Schrodinger's cat is alive or not.
Interesting.
Is that a phenomenon that you've heard of, Schrodinger's cat?
No, I never heard of that before.
Schrodinger's cat is the cat that you put in the box, and there's a radioactive decay essentially going on, and over the course of time, the decay will kill the cat. The question is, or potentially kill the cat. So the question is the cat in the box alive or dead? And the answer is you don't know until you open up the box. And what that means is that you don't know whether light is a particle or a wave until you observe it. Because if you don't observe it, it has wave-like properties. But once you observe it, it tends to have particle properties. It's called the double slit experiment. So you can go look at that. So the answer is you really don't know until you interact with it and observe it. And once you do that, then you've destined it for what its outcome is. But until you've observed it, the answer is you don't know whether Schrodinger's cat is dead or alive.
Is that also the same one with the tree falling in the middle of the forest? And does it? You ever heard that silly?
Well, does a tree make a sound if it falls in the middle of the forest? No, it's different. And the answer is yes, it does. But you're just not there to hear it.
Yeah, you're not nearby. I mean, I heard a lot of trees fall during the last hurricane a couple of weeks ago here. They make a lot of noise when they hit the ground.
Yeah,
it shakes too. No, but that's
right. You're in Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut. We got hit real hard. I lost power for 5 days, which was kind of a when you've been live for that many days in a row, and then all of a sudden your you're standing at the 10 o'clock at night with no power, and you're like,
right,
am I about to let this streak die? Not that I did it. I never started this thing to be a streak. I started it until, and this goes back to what I said earlier. I started it and I went day by day, and then someone very close to me, I won't say who, said to me, "You can't go every day. No one wants to see you every day." And
so your wife said that, huh?
Yeah, my wife. Actually, if it was my wife, I would be bragging about the fact that I continued on. But it was someone similar, but it wasn't my wife. And I looked at them and I was like, "What, are you kidding me?" I was like, "Because you said that, now I'm going to go every day until I'm no longer breathing." And I don't know if it's a fool's errand. I do believe I have a mission here to connect this planet, and that we're so divided that I'm even more clear on that mission. It's just I don't know how to get the word out. I don't know how to reach people more. So I just keep showing up every day and do 2 to 5 hours. So and hopefully people have the attention span. This is the bigger problem. I had a couple of people say to me, "Mark, if you just made 10-minute videos and you just did them every day, 10-minute videos, you could get the biggest following you want. But you just do these 2 to 5 hour shows every day, you'll never get big." And I said, "Well, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it so people can tune in for this 5-minute period, or in 2 hours they can come back and be like, he's still on? Yeah, come on. You never know what you're going to get." So I don't know. Do I niche and then try to build this, or just keep doing what I'm doing? I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
I'm just a physicist physician, so I can't. And I have if anybody was posting questions, I number one, I'm not wearing reading glasses, so I wouldn't be able to read what you wrote anyway.
We had some stuff here.
If I didn't address something that you wanted addressed, I apologize for that.
Before you go, let me just run through some of them just so you hear what they said. I don't think any of them even garner a response. Like, first one, Michael said, "You nailed this already," though. He said, "Number one question, how can we be afraid of something that has a 96 plus recovery rate?" We already hit that. And then this Darlin from Brazil said, "My doctor said vitamin D 5,000, vitamin C plus zinc." And you discussed how that can, these different things could be helpful early on. Nothing is going to do anything probably if you get to COVID. I was always kind of weirded out by this. Like, people say, "Oh, I got coronavirus," and someone's like, "Well, I got COVID-19." Isn't it the same thing? It's like, it's not, or is it if you catch it early enough, you can stop COVID-19, or is...
Right. So a coronavirus, of which there's more than one, is a virus that looks like a crown when you look at it under an electron microscope because of all the spike proteins sticking out of it. That's a crown or corona. So they are called coronaviruses. SARS means severe acute respiratory syndrome, which means you're having trouble breathing. So SARS-1 was back in about 2002. This is derived from it. And in between, there was something called MERS, the Middle Eastern equivalent.
That was very deadly, right? Wasn't MERS very deadly?
Well, it's another coronavirus. So, it had consequences for people. And I would argue they probably died for the same reason that I'm telling you. This is why people die from these viruses or bacterial infections, okay? And it had to be a Fleming that would come up with a theory with infection, right? Because that's
penicillin
in our bloodline.
It's there.
So what was the other thing? COVID-19. So coronavirus disease 2019. So when you look at the book, when you will see that I write COVID differently. I write it big C, little O for corona, big V, little I for virus, and capital D for disease. So that's why I write it that way for coronavirus disease. You saw I put CVP, coronavirus pneumonia.
Yep.
That's the pneumonia, but the disease that's killing people is this inflammothrombotic response. Congratulations. It came out in 2019, so it got labeled with that.
Yeah.
Should it be called Wuhan virus? Yeah.
Well,
the people in Lyme, Connecticut didn't all go ape because the Lyme disease got called Lyme disease. Spanish flu, they have a legitimate reason. I think that actually started in Kansas City, but I won't swear to it.
I heard that too.
But the Spanish flu, they didn't freak out.
No, you're right.
MERS, the Mediterraneans didn't freak out. Honestly, we have a tendency to label a disease by where it starts. Now, the fact that the initial development of this virus probably didn't start in Wuhan.
No.
We might want to call it something different. It just depends upon how well people at other places in the United States want to fess up to their role.
I heard about that too. Was it Camp Pendleton or something like that? Is that or was that one of them? Somebody said it started at one. It was between one of our bases. It was between the virology lab and I call it Fluhan. Look, it's the Fluhan.
Yeah. So I understand the political chuckle in that. But here's the thing. Look, to the President of the United States, Mr. Trump. Half of the people like you. Half of the people don't.
Let's be honest, they all love me. They all love me. Big league. No, you're right, though. It's split down the middle.
Dr. Fauci, half of the people like you, half of the people hate you.
That's very true.
Gentlemen, instead of letting everybody play this game, I encourage both of you to focus on getting this virus addressed. Focus on getting real studies and measurements done. Focus on getting the word out for the inflammation and the clotting to be treated. Focus on the treatment and not the issue of a vaccine that won't make any difference except for it will expose those with comorbidities to the virus that they weren't going to get until you vaccinated them. And let us get back on target. For both of you, I realize you got caught off your feet, although I could question that on one of you based upon some of the prior recordings I've heard. But I'm going to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and say you get caught off guard. But it is time to step up to the plate and address this intelligently. Quit attacking the people that are using treatments that they haven't validated either. But get the program together so that we can get the answers, so we can quit seeing people die, because the vaccine's not going to change that.
It's not going to change it because of that latency period. That latency period is the issue as far as, a vaccine even being effective at all. And
it won't help the ones that have a functional immune system. And for the ones that have comorbidities, all it's doing is giving them the initiation of the problem. So I don't know, may the odds be ever in your favor, I guess is what we're doing when we're vaccinating these people. We're going to vaccinate you with it now. And if you have a comorbidity, may the odds be ever in your favor. And maybe that should be what you titled this segment. Because if there was ever a lottery going on for the health and lives of the people being vaccinated, and giving this to the people with these comorbidities, are the Hunger Games.
Well, and that's what Bulldog over here said. And Bulldog is a huge supporter of the program, and he said that the vaccine's going to kill more people than coronavirus, is what he believes. Just based on, because it's going to be the same effect as if you didn't take a vaccine and you just let because you brought up the most important point. When people take the vaccine, it's a false security blanket. They take off the masks, they go out there, they spread the virus around anyway, and now everybody gets it. All the people that you were trying to protect die anyway because of the comorbidities and because of that 3 to 5 day period they didn't have a chance to be. So it's a fool's errand, like the whole thing. And what about if they force us to do it? You can't get on a plane, you can't go into a food store.
And if quarantining was the answer, if quarantining the healthy population was the answer, aside from the fact that that's not how we do it, and the quarantine time is 14 days, let's just play devil's advocate and say 21, why do we still have a problem when the planet has now been quarantined for most of 2020?
Agreed. I don't know if you recall, but I was standing on stage saying, "Look, we'll be open for Easter," and that didn't happen.
Yeah,
and I mean, really,
I know he was trying to comfort the people, and that was probably the message he was being given at the time.
Yeah.
And my thought on that is,
well, he was. Think about it. Pelosi was standing in San Francisco at the same exact moment or days before saying, "Look, come to Chinatown. Everything's great. This coronavirus, I think that was February 25th. I think that was where she did that. And that was a month after everyone saying that Trump should have done more. And again, like, I don't care what people's perspectives are. This has to come to an end. The only way it comes to an end is if we all start listening to people like Dr. Richard M. Fleming, who is putting his heart out there and trying to help people, save people's lives. Too many people have died, whether it's COVID or not, too many people have died in relation to this disease. And more people are dying from suicide than COVID-19. That's a problem. More people, there's more abuse, spousal abuse, and child abuse because of what's going on with these quarantines. So we have to start thinking about the bigger picture. It is not a 4 or 5, 6% death rate. It's 0.6%. This is the WHO, that or CDC, that just came out with these figures today, I believe. Yeah. So guys, that's a very important number. So when you learn the science, when the science starts to become clearer, as it's becoming now, you have to take that information in. You can't still be alarmist and no longer live your life. You've got to live your life. And again, I thought it was a 6%, 10%, 20%. MERS, 40%, I think, of people died from MERS. Not a lot of people got it, but 40% of them died. And
if you don't treat the underlying problem that's killing the people, you're not going to save lives. You're going to lose them.
Anyway, so regardless of this, the important thing is you got a lot of information tonight from Dr. Fleming, but you do need to be aware of the symptoms, and you need to treat the symptoms. And remember, what's going on here seems more like a vascular disease, which is what Dr. Fleming is trying to make us aware of. And that, blood clotting, strokes. Now, is something like a Bayer, or like, that has a, like, as far as like blood thinners. Like blood thinners,
the problem is that your immune system is extremely sophisticated. I mean, this is why humans are still alive in the face of all these infections, right?
Interesting.
Because our immune system is designed to do the right thing. It's just that we've done also a very good job of increasing all these diseases through our poor dietary and lifestyle practices. So we've taken a very good functional system and complicated it by the way in which we've been living. Okay?
Yeah, makes sense.
And that now has predisposed us to more of these problems. So I wouldn't go around suggesting that aspirin, which I know you want to hear this, interferes with thromboxane A2 on platelets, because that will decrease the tendency of the blood to be able to clot when it does need to. The goal is to get the right treatment when you need it, and to work on the things that you need to be doing to begin with to take better care of yourself, and not getting out and exercising and eating a bunch of junk food are two of the worst things that you could be doing to make the problem even worse. And wait a minute, we just did that.
Yeah, no, because they haven't said a word to us about exercise and getting natural. I think it was Dr. Mikovits who said the importance of being able to go to the beach and go into the waters and to get the natural healing properties of the sand. What's the alkaline properties of the water and the sand. And these things actually help you live a healthier life and to be masked and not be able to be out in public and to go to the beach. And a lot of things are really, really, it's almost counterproductive as far as the health of a human is concerned. Like living in a basement. I'm in my basement. This is where the studio is. This is in my basement instead of my office because of what they've done to us. And,
right.
It's the reality we're living. But, I think there's just so much we could, and you said this, we could talk about this for 50 hours. There's so much that seems so wrong right now. And I think it starts with the medical, the leaders that right now are telling us things on both sides. Like you said, Trump has a message. Fauci has a message. The people that hate Trump love Fauci. The people that love Fauci hate Trump. So you got a great idea. They should sit down together and Fauci should say, look, Donald, I think what we need to do is social distance and wear our masks more. And then Trump could say, you know what, Dr. Fauci, you're right. And then all of a sudden we have a conversation with two people that are respected from both sides coming together. But honestly, he's got to go. Fauci's got to go. Like, he's got to be gone, and they got to get someone like you who can get up there and say, look, you know what you should be doing right now is you should be exercising. You should be eating food, proper organic food, and building up your immune system in case you get COVID-19. It's a weird thing that no one said that at all except you tonight.
Well, I'm pretty sure nobody wants me to be in charge of NIH.
No, I know, but it would. I do think so. It's a time. The guard has to change. It's, at some point. Yeah. What is he, 79? And I think there's a lot of skeletons in his closet. And the way that he's handled this is no better than the way Trump handled it. And saying,
when I was in medical school, one of the things that we got to deal with was HIV patients because they came through at that time. That's when we discovered HIV. And one of the unique things I had as a researcher and one of the honors students was we had to give lectures, and 2 of those lectures had to be over unique patients we had. And so mine was over this brand new disease, and the premise of my talk was AIDS would be heterosexually spread before the decade was out. Now, I read the world literature, which was that much, about 1.5 to 2 inches, all the papers that had been published. And I got told I didn't know how to read research, come back in 10 years, and I'd be shown the error of my ways, because everybody knew that I didn't know what I was talking about. Obviously, I didn't go back. I thought the fact that we now know it's heterosexually spread pretty much well spoke for itself. I didn't need to go back and do that. But, the Fauci's group and those folks had that very structured opinion, which was this would not be heterosexually spread. And one mistake after another. And I'm yet to see... Here's my offer. I've sent questions by email to Dr. Fauci and to Dr. Birx and to Dr. Hahn and to Dr. Adams and to Dr. Redfield and got no responses from any of the questions, any of the material I've sent in, any of the questions on the hydroxychloroquine studies, any of the questions on the remdesivir studies, any of the questions on the EUA studies, the emergency use authorization of different things studies. I've heard from nobody on any of this stuff, guys. And my question is, what research have you really done, since you're very upfront and saying that the hydroxychloroquine people just have anecdotal studies? I'm looking to see the real research studies that you guys have done on this study. I mean, you're supposed to be in charge of this. This is where you should be taking the helm and being very responsible for directing this. There's over 3,000 clinical trials on the National Clinical Trial Site for COVID-19, only one of which measures any outcomes at the tissue level. I'm waiting for you guys to step forward and accept your responsibility and look at the media and go, you know what? We really didn't do that right. We need to do this type of study. The U.S. has spent how many trillions of dollars so far related to COVID, and we have no good, solid, measured research studies of COVID treatments? Why is that? Why is that?
They're throwing money at vaccines. Do you see how much money they put out towards vaccines? The hundreds of billions between Moderna and all these other, and Pfizer. They all got grants from the government to create a vaccine for COVID-19. And I said this earlier, and I kind of failed to reach the point. So October 19, they come out and they have a simulation, what will happen in the world, what each country would do if a virus was released. How could we see a world that AIDS as a virus appeared in the 80s? They still don't have a vaccine for it. But this thing, simulation in October, released in November, we're now we're talking about less than a year later, and they have their vaccines in production already. They're a 3rd stage. Like, look, I understand you're moving quickly, but you had never had anything for AIDS, but all of a sudden you got all these different things for COVID-19. How severe is this thing if all these people could create a vaccine for it so quickly?
Prior to that little exposure or discussion about the release of a potential virus, there was a study that was done, and that study showed that if you have a pandemic, the number one thing to do that will affect the pandemic is you shut down international travel immediately. The World Health Organization was aware of that study, received that study, and knew about that study. The World Health Organization took months or a couple months anyway, before they declared a pandemic.
Yep, I remember.
Doesn't matter whether you like Trump or not. He shut down international travel.
And Fauci didn't want him to.
Fauci didn't want him to.
Joe Biden
and the WHO threatened him with potential responses from them that he would not like if he went ahead and closed down the travel.
And Joe Biden called him a xenophobe, and then now says he didn't do it.
If you have an infectious disease and you don't know anything else to do, that's when you stop movement. You don't quarantine people after it's been spread.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The people in LA is the site where the people from China were flown back through Anchorage, Alaska into LA. The data showed, at least the data that I've seen, that none of the infections in LA came from China. They all came from people from LA who went over to Italy to ski and brought back that version of the virus. We know that because virology is real. You can genotype it, and you can find the differences in the different types of the virus. And the virus traces back to Italy. And of course, the Chinese went to Italy with their version of it. And so the virus that came to LA came from Italy, not from China.
Interesting.
But it wasn't until the Chinese were kind enough to take it to Italy.
And I heard that President Xi-Hole, which is what I call him, that President Xi-Hole had a ban on travel within China, but he left the borders open for his people to leave China. He knew that what was going on.
They had a holiday celebration, their New Year's celebration, when they already knew they had a problem.
See,
it's in the book.
That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And, you know, when you hear something like the president, whether you like him or not, say that it could have been stopped. This could have been stopped by China before it became a problem for the rest of the world. And I don't know how we respond because they're scary. China's a scary superpower. But they are absolutely responsible for this. And it's a silly thing, but someone asked Alexa, was this released, you know, by someone, or is this natural? And they said this was released by, and the countries have lost control of it, but it was released by, and they talk about that meeting in 2019 in October. Alexa brings it up and says this was released. They had a meeting in 2019. They released it, and now they've lost the control of it over the world. But did they? Because they have all these vaccines ready to go. So guys, I think these vaccines were lined up. The virus is there. Trump, if you recall, impeached, and then nope, we're going to let him stay. We don't. The collusion thing was garbage, and then all of a sudden, a day later, 2 days later, coronavirus. I'm not even joking. It was a day or 2 days after they said, the Senate said, nope, this is all garbage, and they're not going to impeach the president or kick him out of office. He was impeached, right, but he wasn't kicked out. The next day or 2 days later, coronavirus.
Well,
it seems weird.
And the reality is, and I've hit it ad nauseum tonight, doesn't matter that the virus got out, because the reality is the inflammation and the blood clotting associated with it is what's killing the people. And that means that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sorry, they're talking about another 40,000 or maybe up to 300,000 by the end of the year election time.
Yeah, but
that's not necessary if you treat the inflammatory thrombotic response.
Well, also, I don't think those numbers even make sense, because if you look at that total I keep asking about, which is 47,000 more deaths in the 4 million cases, right, if they continue to have million cases at a time, you're talking about 7,000 to 9,000 deaths per million cases. Even at that, you're not talking about 300,000 deaths by election day. This is all, again, it's to perpetuate the narrative of fear. And it's ridiculous to have sleep sofa Joe Biden out there saying that, 300,000 more people are going to die, when the numbers don't support that, based on seeing death rate go this way while the case rate goes up. It just, but don't kid yourself that this thing is not real. It's not a fake. It's not a fraud. COVID-19 is a very dangerous disease. And if you have gotten nothing from what Dr. Fleming has discussed with us tonight, is that you need to pay attention to the symptoms.
Yeah, and if you're ill, your drive-through, your friendly fast food drive-through approach for testing is not the approach to do.
No,
you go to your doctor, or a hospital where they're testing at. Get the testing done and let somebody who practices medicine take a look at you and decide if you need to begin treatment, because days do matter. And it doesn't matter how many of these numbers are correct, because the point is that none of the people needed to die, period.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'll give you a small chunk, because it doesn't matter what we do in medicine, even when we're doing it right. First rule of medicine is patients die. Second rule is doctors don't change rule number 1. But the number of deaths that have occurred with COVID-19 versus from COVID-19 has been unacceptable.
Do we have any idea what those numbers are, or is it still so murky? Like Birx came out and said, we're being very liberal with our... Why would they be liberal? Why not be exact? This is medicine.
The whole and the reimbursement game that goes on, I mean, when people ask me why somebody dies and I'm being in one of my fictitious, one of my moods, where I'm just flippant, I would tell them the reason why the person died is because their heart stopped. Everybody dies because their heart stops.
Yeah.
Okay? Your heart stopped. Every one of those autopsies or every one of those death certificates, cause of death, patient's heart stopped. Whether you have COVID or not, your cause of death, 100% is your heart stopped, okay? So just because you have something when you die doesn't mean you died from that, okay?
Yeah.
Obviously, a bullet through the heart, you might want to say it was the trauma from the bullet that killed you, not the fact that your heart stopped. But it is true, your heart stopped, okay? If you're in a motorcycle accident and you have COVID-19 and you die, you might want to think that it was the motorcycle accident that killed you, not the COVID-19.
That's a good example, because in Florida, someone died from a motorcycle accident and they called it a COVID-19 death.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And I get it. If you have put somebody on a ventilator, the federal government, the same government who complains about how much they pay for billing codes, will pay you more if you put them on a ventilator than if you didn't put them on a ventilator, than if you didn't call them a COVID patient.
Isn't that amazing, people?
I don't know.
Well, and it gets back to, and this is not where we've been discussing at all, but it seems to me that there is a secondary government running things in this country. And for us to have a president and have an administration that's trying to just do something, and then you have this whole thing, we're going to be liberal with our numbers, everything's a COVID death. It just seems very clear that it's the other side that hates Trump more than anything, that's just perpetuating the numbers, pushing this narrative. And I don't understand, honestly, why from the beginning he didn't get up there and just say, nope, we're going to be exact. What are you people, stupid? No, he was like, he just sat there and let it happen. And now we have these crazy numbers that aren't accurate. Nobody knows what the true numbers are, but we know they're not accurate. And that's the worst place to be.
And again, I think this is what happens when non-scientists and non-doctors place scientist and doctor.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of you were ready for this. Journalists that are doing their darndest. I mean, look, journalists I've been on 2020, I've been on the Today Show, I've been on MSNBC, I've been to smaller news networks, I've been in newspapers. I get it that journalists frequently go from one story to another story to another story, and they're trying to become experts and do a good job. I firmly believe, I think most doctors want to do a good job, but they are nowhere caught up on this theory or the ventilator things that they needed to be, and they got caught off guard, and they don't know that they're caught off guard is the problem. And that's one of the worst things, when people don't know they're caught off guard, because then they're looking for anything that will answer the question so they don't feel caught off guard. And so they're trying to do these stories, but they don't have the background in it. They just don't. And I get that. It would be like asking me to give you a lecture on economics. I don't do business.
No, so you'd have to do the research to try to do the best job you can before you go on to the next topic. I totally know what you mean.
You don't want a lecture from me on business. I mean, because I think it would matter. I think it would amount to, if you make more money than you spend, you're okay. If you spend more money than you need, you probably go broke, which is kind of how I live. So, I think that applies to business. But other than that, you don't come to me for business. Because that would be a mistake.
Yeah, no,
okay?
but we are. Yeah, you want to stick to the expertise. That makes a lot of sense.
And unfortunately, just having a title like head of NIAID or head of FDA. I mean, the old FDA guy Gottlieb is coming out now, and I don't know what he's doing because I'm trying to figure out why the former head of the FDA is now coming out to make announcements about COVID-19. Isn't that the job of the current guy at the FDA?
Yeah.
I mean,
oh my goodness.
Didn't the former guy at the FDA go take a job with Big Pharma?
There's so much weird stuff going on, Doctor. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. And it just seems like when you're in a world where everybody's looking at like, that's fine. Who cares? Dr. Fauci. Someone said something funny back here. You have to hear this before you go. So Jen 913 said, because I said to you, we need to get Fauci out. And he said, I got to find this because it was very brilliant. He nailed it. He said, where is it? Can you write that again, Jen? It was so funny. He called you. Hold on. He said, we need to get Dr. Flemchi.
Oh, great.
He goes, get rid of Fauci. We need to get Flemchi. I was like, oh, what a funny little comment there. Just the little quips,
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
but again, I don't think I'm up for the promotion.
No, I mean, honestly.
They wouldn't like it. I mean, it would because, actually, if I did that, the first thing I would do is I would look at the money that's being spent and I would force everybody to do the trial the way it should be done. And I figured we'd have the answer in a matter of weeks. And then we would go, look, if they don't respond initially with what now has been ironed out, you make sure they get an FMT-VDM study to find out how we need to tailor that to them, because there probably won't be just one specific drug that works for everybody. Oh. And we'd be done with that, and then I'd be home for election. Because it would only take a month.
And we would have gotten through it already. And the thing is also with all the different strands on this thing, all the different variations for them to create Moderna or how do we know anything's going to work on the one from China, or from Italy, from the U.S., from South America? We don't know. They still don't have anything for AIDS, guys. And there are pieces of AIDS in this virus.
Yes, there are. Yeah, there's been manipulation of it. Yeah.
And I also heard it was originally found in 2012 in a cave in China, and then it was brought to probably, like you said, the U.S. and also to Wuhan.
Well, one of the things that I pride myself on the books and the papers that I write is I never go back and repeat myself. So if you want to know what the initial papers show, you have to go to the initial papers, because I won't keep reinventing the wheel. So my later papers will always just refer to the most recent papers. It's your job to go back and read the original stuff, not mine to keep making the reference list longer and longer and longer every day.
That makes sense.
But all of my books are notorious for the number of references or footnotes that they have. And there's just under 400 footnote reference studies in this book to talk about the papers and sources of information, so that all of you can read the book and then not take my word for it, but you can then go read the original stuff and make sense out of it. That's why this will be the last thing. Do you know why Galileo Galilei was put under house arrest by the Catholic Church?
I didn't know he was.
Galileo Galilei?
I didn't know that he was under house arrest.
Okay, Galileo, right?
Yeah.
They put him under house arrest. So, yeah. And most people think that he got put under house arrest because he said, don't listen to the Catholic Church. And that's not why he got put under house arrest. What he said was, listen, don't take my word for it, and don't take their word for it. If you look up in the sky and you look at the moon and the sun and the stars and those planets that you can see, and you think about it, you will realize that they don't rotate around the Earth. The Earth rotates around the sun. Now, most people who know about Galileo Galilei being put under house arrest think it's because Galileo said the Earth rotates around the sun. He got put under house arrest because he said, look, don't take my word for it and don't take the church's word for it. You two can figure it out if you're just given enough facts to think about it. Go think about it. And before you know it, you'll go, huh.
I think he's on.
We're not at the center of the universe, are we?
Yeah. Interesting.
The sun's not either, obviously, but for their day it was.
Yeah. Just for us. Just for our solar system. But that's interesting. I didn't realize that he was under house arrest. I mean, this is the stuff obviously we don't learn everything in life, but I love picking up new little details like that. Like, wow. And it was over something, just giving people the opportunity, choice, and information in order to make a decision on their own. And it goes to show, too, how ridiculous people are throughout time when information comes out that they don't want to come out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Right? Let's put him under house arrest. Oh, he was right. Well, let's just put it as a footnote in the history books.
Semmelweis, who was looking at the death rate of babies being born in hospitals 100 years ago, turned around and he said, germ theory. If you wash your hands in between surgeries and babies and delivery of babies, the death rate of babies being born in hospitals will go down. So what happened to Semmelweis? They took his medical license away. They discredited him.
Wow.
They banished him. Within a couple months of his dying, they started the practice of washing their hands in between deliveries of babies and surgeries in hospitals, and the infant mortality dropped by 50%.
50%. And he was ridiculed his whole life, It's a classic story, guys. Whenever someone does something, and it's rare where you'll see like an Elon Musk, or it's rare that you'll see like I wouldn't use Zuckerberg as this example, but someone like an Elon Musk, because usually somebody who makes that much change is ridiculed. But he wound up creating his wealth prior to, so he has enough contacts so he could fund his projects. But someone like that changes things, it changes... revolutionizes the way things are done. The future. We're going to Mars. Like, what? The underground tunnels? That is something that you're ridiculed for if you have crazy ideas like Tesla.
Yeah.
You have to build up and you have to keep going in order to just prove people wrong, And that's the bottom line here. What are we at here? Jeez, 3 hours and 49 minutes, Dr. Fleming.
Okay, I think that's enough.
But look, I will tell you something, not to make you feel bad, but I'm doing another hour. I'm just saying. No,
okay. You do another hour?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to do a few minutes, but I will tell you, I'm going to download this entire episode so you can take it and then cut it up and take whatever pieces are good for you to use on your page. Guys, please go over to YouTube and subscribe to Dr. Richard M. Fleming, and he's been dropping content on a daily basis as well. And just tune in. Support people that are trying to just get the truth out there, and don't ridicule for somebody for letting you know something that they believe to be true. And believe me, if you're listening to the Faucis of the world and the WHO instead of listening to doctors who are on the front line or are actually researching the data and the science, that you're really in the wrong side of the campaign here. Dr. Fauci used to probably pay attention to the information, and I don't think he's studying anymore. I think he's just the face, and that's not good. That's not good at all. Anything else you want to add at the end here, Dr. Fleming?
My best to everybody. Thank you for having me on. Hopefully this has helped provide the information that you need, and stay safe.
Awesome. This has been awesome. Dr. Fleming, thank you so much. Have a great night. Guys, don't go anywhere. I'm sticking around for a few minutes. Dr. Fleming, you rock. Thank you so much, and keep fighting that good fight.
Thank you.
Have a great night, okay?
You too.
All right, take care. All right, guys, how about that? Wow. Dr. Fleming killing it. That was amazing. When you are stuck on the side of fear, and that's where we all are, is fear, 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 fear. Fear-mongering. That's all we're getting from mainstream media right now. It's important to hear from someone like Dr. Fleming. What is this doing over here? Let me shut this off. Sorry, it's telling me he wants to give me. I don't need to save this clip. It's going slow on me. All right, we're good now. But guys, that was unbelievable. 4 hours of medical information on COVID-19. Rob, thank you so much for setting that up. Hey, Rob, you're the one who hooked me up with him, right? Didn't you tell me about Dr. Fleming? I think it was you. You were like, you got to go check out Dr. Fleming. And then when I went over there, he nailed the whole thing about HCQ, and he was just saying, look, you got to use your judgment, but there are 5 things, positives to this drug that they're not talking about. I'm saying, well, why isn't freaking Fauci saying, look, if you do it early on, you can actually possibly get a positive result, but if you wait, people will die. Look, I'm telling you something, Fauci. Look, I think it's important that we take the hydroxychloroquine. In fact, I have Melania taking it right now. She's taking a bigger poop, unfortunately, and it's a Slovenian poop. She's got that poison in there. It cuts through the gold. I'm going to play you guys a face swap real quick. I've been really digging on episode 7 of the Donald Trump show, and I think it really makes me laugh. Jem is on, and Jem, I don't know if Jem didn't hear, plus I hear the dog making noise. You know what? I may have to play you another one that's longer. You know what I'm going to play for you guys? I'm going to go walk the dog real quick, and I'm going to play you episode. Let's see what I got. It's got episode 7 here. That may be long enough. Let me see how long episode 7 is. 5 minutes. That may be long enough. Let's do episode 7. I really love this one. And just pay attention to what Biden calls Barack Obama. Ready? Here we go.
Hammer and Jameson live from the studio. Donald Trump joins us for the 7th episode of the Donald Trump Show. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I got to start it again just so it sounds right. And listen, if I can get Max Scott to stop screaming, I may play you a song still on the beat seat. I'm just saying. If not, I'll be back for a couple more face swaps. We're only 3 hours and 54 minutes in, guys. Come on, it's only 12:30. We're going to be here till at least 3. I'm just saying. Anyway, here's episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show.
Hammer and Jameson live from the studio. Donald Trump joins us for the 7th episode of the Donald Trump Show. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to get right into it today. I've got a lot more on Sleep Sofa Joe. That's right, we're calling him Bumbling Biden as well now. So let's get into it. What do we got? First clip of the show.
We gotta reassure, look, here, my message to everybody I talk to is we're gonna get through this.
Are you sure, Joe? It looks like you can't even get through a sentence.
We provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rap Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
I'm sorry, did he just call Barack Rap Rock? I didn't realize he had a pet name for Barack Obama. Hey, Rap Rock, let's get together and go and talk about that foreign policy. Hey, Rap Rock, you want to get together and play some basketball? Hey, Rap Rock, could you make me a PB&J? Absolutely hilarious.
I made a mistake. I said it 14 years ago. I trusted George Bush to keep his word. He said he was not going to go into Iraq.
This is when it gets really interesting. You ready?
Only way we're going to get rid of Saddam Hussein. And it's going to require guys like you in uniform to be back on foot in the desert taking taking Saddam down.
Wait, I'm sorry, but didn't you just say that you were against the war, Sleeps Over? I think he's losing his memory again.
From the moment shock and awe started, from that moment, I was opposed to the effort and I was outspoken.
Let's take a look at Outspoken Joe. Yes, maybe his news. Maybe we'll call him Outspoken Joe if it's good. Let's see.
Some of my own party have said that it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place. But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. The President of the United States is a bold leader and he is popular.
No, after that clip, that's it. We're going to call him Backtrack Biden. That's right. He backtracks. He said that he didn't support the war, that he's talking about George Bush like they're best friends. I'm not sure. What's true with Sleep Sofa Joe?
When I marched in the civil rights movement, I marched with tens of thousands of others to change attitudes. And we changed attitudes.
When I was about the age of the guy standing over there, I got involved in the civil rights movement.
And now, the truth.
I was not an activist. I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else.
Okay, so basically, Sleep Sofa Joe never did any actual protesting, although he's been campaigning on it for his entire career.
The first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class.
Look, I really want you to pay attention to the detail in this video right here.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect.
I'm pretty sure that your IQ is a moving number, Sleep Sofa.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship.
So let's get to the truth.
Senator Joseph Biden may have more explaining to do.
The new questions stem from taped remarks of Biden during an April campaign appearance in New Hampshire.
And in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the International Moot Court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
If I could say one thing.
Look, the facts are Sleep Sofa Joe was a terrible student.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class,
He didn't?
that he does not have 3 degrees from college,
He doesn't?
and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college.
Really?
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't stop laughing. Back then, I guess they didn't fact check you in real time. That must have been a couple weeks later. So funny.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. His memory had failed him.
Sleep Sofa Joe makes up things. Bumbling Biden. Did you hear him bumble there? He's a bumbler. Bumbling Biden strikes again.
Bumbling Biden. Jen, you gotta find that for me. I gotta find it because I'll use it in the next Donald Trump show. Guys, this is Max Scott. Max is our mascot. We call him the Max Scott of the show. That was Dagger. He said he's going to be our mascot. My son the next day says, "You gonna get Max Scott? You gonna bring Max Scott on the show?" I'm like, "Max Scott?" He goes, "I mean, is he gonna be your mascot?" I said, "No, he's our Max Scott." Good job, son. And so that happened. I just want to tell you guys how much fun this has been. Have Dr. Fleming on. Max hanging out with me for a few minutes. You want to chill it out, bud? Should we put on another face swap? Because I wanted Jen. Thanks, bud. Yeah, he's massive, isn't he, Amma? He's like double the size since we got him 2 weeks ago. I want to play something else here for Jen because I got to keep the ball rolling for my bud. You know what I'm going to do is I'll play you from the top, okay? Let's play you something funny. This is the very first episode of the Donald Trump Show. Okay, check this out.
Hammerl and Jameson introducing episode 1 of the Donald J. Trump Show. Look, I want to thank you for joining me on a brand new episode of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. We're going to be here every week delivering truth about the Biden campaign because no one's telling you what's really going on. I'm going to pull back the curtain and you're going to see what Joe Biden is really up to. Here we go.
We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts.
Will somebody please alert Mr. Biden that truth and facts are the same thing? I think he's been watching too much fake news on CNN. Okay, what else do we have from this blubbering train wreck?
My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other Biden. Give me a look, though, okay?
Now, first of all, who's the other Biden? Who is the other Biden? I'm wondering because if it's Hunter Biden, he'll be in jail. But if there's another Biden, perhaps he can actually complete a sentence. That Biden I'd like to hear from. Okay, let's see what else we've got.
Trust.
Like his strange hold on Defense Secretary Ash Carter's wife, Stephanie.
Sleep Sofa Joe has been doing this for years. He's a creeper. And we're going to put a stop to him.
I like the way your hair smells. Let me give you a little kiss here.
And can you believe? Look at how he's touching that little girl. Honestly, I'm a little worried about that little girl. Sleep Sofa Joe has been doing all kinds of racist things for years. I'm just going to show you a few of the clips. Take a look at this one, for example.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking.
Look, I'm surprised you guys are fine with hearing Joe Biden say you need an Indian accent in order to go to Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, I've been to Dunkin' Donuts many times. I don't have an Indian accent. But let's continue on. I have a lot more to play for you. Now check out this clip, for example.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Racist Joe strikes again. Poor kids are just as talented and bright as white kids? What does that even mean? This is getting good, guys. What's next?
Play the radio. Make sure make sure you have the record player on at night.
Really, Joe? That's a good idea. We'll get the record player out. How about we go and actually light a fire and we do smoke signals? How about that? What do we have next from Sleep Sofa Joe?
Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
The question is, do you know the thing, Joe? Do you know the thing, Sleep Sofa Joe? The thing, Joe, is that we are all created equal. That's right, God is the creator of all, not Satan and your adrenochrome. Okay, let's get one more at least. How about one more?
I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Did Sleep Sofa Joe just say he has to go do a poop-a-doop? I think he said it right in front of his crowd. I would never say that right in front of my crowd. If I'm going to take a poop-a-doop, I'm doing it on my own time, not in front of people. I don't know. It's a little weird there. Look, let's give him a chance to redeem himself. One more, okay?
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Wow. Really? Look, I'm not sure what else to say after watching that ridiculousness. But that's Sleep Sofa Joe. Are you going to vote for that guy? How about you? Look, if that's the case, this world's crazy.
Oh my goodness, guys. Are you kidding me? I did that 20 ago. Oh, I watched it just a couple days ago, but every time I watch these, they just hit me again. And that just made me laugh, just hearing the stupidity of Sleep Sofa Joe. God, he's a sleep sofa. The adrenochrome. Jen, I had to make a comment about the adrenochrome because it's clear that Joe Biden sometimes seems like he's on adrenochrome, and other times he's just like a freaking mental. Here's episode 2 of the Donald Trump Show. Let's keep the ball rolling.
It's Hammerl and Jameson introducing Donald Trump for episode 2 of The Trump Show. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 2 of The Donald Trump Show. We're going to continue digging deeper into Joe Biden, his mental state, and whether or not he falls asleep on camera. So let's get into it. Here's a couple of clips from earlier today. We're going to get into it now. Here we go.
I'm campaigning from home about Biden hiding in his cellar. Well, the truth of the matter is over 200 million people have watched me on television, and they've watched, and the more that, excuse me.
No, keep going, Joe. You're doing great. Doing fantastic, yes. No, we're really thrilled. I'm sure 200 million people really enjoyed watching the Sleep Sofa. Look, I could take a nap on my own sleep sofa. I don't need to watch you while I do it, unless they were trying to fall asleep quicker. Maybe instead of reading, they said, well, if I watch Biden, I could fall right to sleep. Okay, let's see what's next.
I've been down to Virginia. I've been around the country, but I do it responsibly, and I don't hold rallies because it is the reason why we're in such trouble by not listening to the experts and the scientists about social distancing and wearing masks, which I never do when I walk outside of this house.
Wait, let me get this straight. So the scientists and doctors tell us to wear masks, but the moment you leave the house, you don't wear your mask? Sleep Sofa, I'm pulling a little fake news on you right now. Just check the real footage.
And wearing masks, which I never do when I walk outside of this house. I never fail to do.
See? And Trump will play it for you, because I think you still look like an idiot. Okay, what else we got?
That's who we are. That's how my great-great-grandfather, four greats back got here. He got in a coffin ship on the Irish Sea, never knowing whether he was going to make it, and he made it to the United States of America in 1848, when the British were, anyway.
The British were coming. Look, it's like Paul Revere. No, finish it up, Joe. What were you saying? When the British were coming? Is that your grandfather was part of the crew? Is your grandfather a redcoat? What are we talking about here? I'm trying to figure out what the hell Joe is talking about. My grandfather, and when the British, he said, and then he stopped himself. I think he was about to say when the British were coming. Anyway, look, as long as Joe continues to stay in his basement, and he won't debate me, I'm going to have the Trump show continue. So till tomorrow, have a good night.
Oh my goodness. So I think it was Paul's favorite episode's number 2, but there are 18 more guys and they get better. Literally. This is one of my favorites just because I freaking hate Nancy Pelosi. So we created a Donald Trump show about her. Here we go.
It's Hamill and Jameson. Donald J. Trump back with episode 3 of The Trump Show. I want to thank you for joining me on episode 3 of The Donald J. Trump Show. Today, we talk about poison. That's right. Don't drink the poison. It's going to kill many people more than coronavirus. Yeah, poison. That's right. Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I'm sorry. Some people don't know that we do call her poison. Let's take a look at this clip here. I want you to hear what she has to say.
You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear.
Let's be honest, Nancy, you know nothing about politics. And wrap-up smear? Really? That's what you've been doing to me? Sounds like something you got from your OBGYN. But whatever.
You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it.
I'm sorry, Nancy, can you say that one more time? What was that?
You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it.
Look, she's creating fake news. She told the reporters, you create a story. Let's get back to this clip.
And then you write it.
Can you freaking believe this?
Unless they see it's reported in the press that this, and this, so they have that validation that the press reported the smear.
You write the story after we report the falsehoods, and it becomes a validated story by the news, by you, the fake news garbage.
It's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report.
Also, when she says merchandising it, who is she, Mel Brooks from Spaceballs? Spaceballs the flamethrower. Yeah, okay, poison, whatever.
Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. It's a tactic. And it's self-evident.
You see there, she says it's self-evident because we've been doing it to Trump since he came down the escalator. Well, I have to tell you that I'm happy that I found out about this poison. Now I can put all of my efforts towards taking you down to Chinatown. That's right. We will drain poison and Schumer from the swamp.
Episode 3 in the books. Max Scott's kicking it with us still. Max, what are you having fun, pal? I don't know if he is. He's kind of getting a little antsy, guys. This may be, see? This may be Max's last hurrah. Max, say hello to everybody. Just say, look at this. Max, just look at the mic and say, tear the roof off the sucker, tear the roof off the sucker, tear the roof off the sucker. Right? That's my pup right there. All right, so we're going to tear the roof off the sucker with episode 5, which is Trump Rushmore. Oh, I'm sorry. This is episode 4, but this is another Biden episode. Okay, Max, I'm going to bring you up. Episode 4, guys. Check this out. This is another Biden episode. Here we go.
It's Hamill and Jameson back with episode 4 of the Donald Trump Show. Thank you very much for joining me for episode 4 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight, we get back into Sleep Sofa Joe. Look, we've got a lot of clips to get through, so let's get started.
I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor.
I can't believe they use this as their pitch on YouTube. I mean, I've come for you to... It sounds like something out of Close Encounters of a Third Kind. Sleep Sofa, are you from a different planet? I'm trying to figure out what the hell it is that comes out of your mouth. Sounds like gobbledygook.
I can hardly wait to debate him on stage. I want people to see me standing next to him and him standing next to me. We'll see who's sleepy.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Thanks for your time. Please come back in less than 13 years, sir.
All right, Chuck. Thank you very much.
All right. It's Chris, but anyway.
Chris. I just did Chris. No, I just did Chuck. I tell you what, man, these are back to back. Anyway.
Sleepy, hello? It's not Chuck, okay? But you have a problem with back-to-back meetings? How do you think you're going to do back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back when you're president? Look, he's gonna have to take a poop-a-doop in between, remember?
Why doesn't he just act like a president? That's a stupid way to say it.
You know, Donald Trump was asked on...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I probably best I don't.
You know, I feel kind of bad for Sleep Sofa. I mean, he looks like he's going to cry. He's like an old puppy dog whining for a bowl of milk. Look, Sleep Sofa, I'm sorry. You know, you have to act confidently if you're going to be president of the United States.
I tell you what, I'm so darn proud. And those poor people who have lost, anyway.
This is your brain on drugs. That's right. Any questions?
I would see to it immediately moving toward, we are in fact in a position now that if in fact we dealt with mitigation across the board, just what we did in the last administration and before, leading to a standard that we provide efficiency for appliances.
Have you ever seen that scene in Scanners? It kind of reminds me, I wonder if they're going to do, you know how they keep doing, oh, we're doing Jaws over. You think they'll do Scanners over and maybe have Sleep Sofa Joe in as, one of the lead characters? I would watch that, even though he makes me want to fall asleep.
I'm ready on day one after more than 3 years in office. Why isn't Donald Trump ready? Mr. President, wake up.
Can you believe that? Did he really just say for me to wake up? Is this Pinocchio and Geppetto is in the background pulling strings? Because it doesn't even look like he's alive. I feel so bad for this guy. I'm going to demolish him when we get into a debate. I mean, honestly, he doesn't even know who the hell he is. And you guys are going to vote for this guy? He's up by how many points? I mean... What the? He can't even speak, people. He said he's going to beat himself. Did you see that one? This is Sleep Sofa Joe saying how he's going to beat himself.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Well, let's hear that one more time. Joe, can you do that one more time for us?
I'm going to beat Joe Biden. I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Look, I think that's a good place for us to call it a day. He's going to beat himself. I guess I should just hang back and maybe let him fall on the sword. He may walk outside to get the mail and forget to put his pantalones on. Could be a problem. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow on the next Trump show. That's right. Have a good night.
So, Jen, Max is a German. No, he is a English Shepherd, mixed with a Australian Australian cattle dog, and they call him a blue heeler. He actually looks more like a blue heeler than he does an English. English shepherds look just like German shepherds, but they have a bigger face. So he's got over here, if you see, he's got the brown and he's got his mom's eye. And then he's got some brown going over here on this side and underneath his chin. Cutest little monkey. And yeah, he's a herder, I'll tell you what. So he's biting on our heels and stuff, which is monkey behavior. But look at this. I love this. This is my favorite thing. Look at his back. He's got these 2 spots. You're such a good pup, Max. You're such a good puppy. You want to hang out and watch the show with us? Look, buddy, this is real talk. Say, put the roof off the sucker, the roof off the sucker tip. Tear the roof off the mother sucker. That's what you have to say, Max. All right, ready? Thank you, Jen. I'm loving our little guy. I'm hoping that he learns how to stop biting, but he's been pretty good. Like today, he's been a great boy. He's getting used to us, right? That's what happens over time. They get used to you. So I'm going to play you this. He's getting a little antsy and he wants to hang out, so I'm not sure how many more of these I can get in. But rest assured, guys, I will be back tomorrow, probably around the same time, 8:30, to put on a show for you, and we'll continue the Trump. Actually, I'm going to be bringing you a new episode tomorrow, episode 21. But let's get to episode 5, which is Trump Rushmore. That's right.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from Mount Rushmore. Donald Trump for episode 5 of The Trump Show. Thank you. Thank you for joining me here at the monuments. Look, this is a very exciting time. I started my own talk show this week. That's right, the Donald J. Trump Show. We're winning big league. We're dropping lots of content about Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. Lots about Sleep Sofa. We also did one episode about Poison so far. And we're going to continue to drop positive content about Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. Because I will not let him beat me now. We have done too much work here in this country. Are you guys ready to stick a fork in Biden? Are you ready? Watch this clip. Ready?
I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden.
I don't know what to say. I'm a little confused. What... Could you tell me, what does that mean, Joe? You're married? I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden. I don't know. So, are you going to be your own first lady? Or what does that mean, Joe? Could you please elaborate? I'm Melania Trump's husband, Donald Trump. I'm not really sure, so Joe's married to himself? Just going to give you the one for today. That's enough to squash the Sleep Sofa. Look, he's comfortable to lie on, just not to vote for. We don't have to trash the man while we're here at the National Monument. He's just a sleep sofa. Look, if you can't catch the Donald Trump Show, make sure you tune in to Real Talk. You see my kids, Melania, they all love Real Talk. Well, we give it to people straight on the Real Talk program, and it kind of gave me the concept for the Donald Trump Show. So tune in. Every night I'll be on either my show or the Real Talk Show. I'm going to drop content for you because the fake news is not letting the Trumper breathe. That's right. It's trying to shut down the Trump. Look at that beautiful monument. They're going to put my face right next to George Washington there. Perfect spot. They're going to have my tie. It's going to go all the way down to the ground. So Democrats will hit their faces on it every time they walk by.
Jen, I'm literally playing all these for you, bud. And I appreciate the fact that you're enjoying them. It makes my night. After Dr. Fleming, this is the add-on to the bonus to the night, is that Jen's enjoying this. Check this out, brother. This is episode 6. I'll just try to play this one more because Max is literally, as you can see, he's trying to get away. Let's try episode 6, Max. Okay, and then I'll bring you back upstairs. Okay, bud? If this is long enough, I could try to take him for another walk. Let me see. No, it's only 3 minutes. All right, let's give it a shot. Here we go.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio. Donald J. Trump joins us from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me on episode 6 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, I'm here in Washington. Sometimes people think it looks like the Epcot Center. No, the Pope is not back in that building. It's Donald Trump's home. In the process of fixing the dome. I think it's about time we get back to Sleep Sofa Joe. Sometimes we call him Bumbling Biden. I'm not sure what I feel like calling him today. Let's see what Bumbling Biden has to say. I just love them both. I just love Sleep Sofa Joe. He's a bumbling Biden sleeping on the sofa. So, let's see what we got today.
I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation.
Every time I think to myself, well, there's no way it could get any worse, they show me another clip. This is Sleep Sofa Joe, bumbling Biden. Take a look, people.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth. $1.4 trillion worth.
Well, which is it, Joe?
Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much.
Really? Joe, you want me to get a calculator for you? Here, why don't you use this calculator, see what you come up with.
It's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
740 billion. Wow, Joe. That's a phenomenal amount of money. Do you want that in Monopoly dollars?
If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight.
Well, Joe, if it's a matter of dialing 30330 in order to help you fight the battle against Alzheimer's, I'm in. Okay, what else we got?
And they'd say to you, take my shotgun. I said, I have 3. I now have 5 because my son died and I have 3 of his. I have 5 shotguns.
Oh, so close, Joe. So close. 3 plus 3. So close. You did not form it as a question. It's also not 6.
I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated.
I'm sorry, Sleep Sofa. I hadn't heard that one. Middle class Joe. I've heard creepy Joe. I've heard bumbling Biden. I've heard Sleep Sofa Joe. Sleepy Joe. I've heard about a terrible cup of Joe. It's more like out of gas Joe.
Oh, I've heard of a terrible cup of Joe. Oh, Jed, I appreciate you being on. Listen, tomorrow night I will play the other 13 you haven't seen plus number 21. So stop back by. And also, when you have a chance, head over to the YouTube, this channel, and check out day 500. The face swap I did on day 500 and also day 469 was my 42nd birthday. I did a really cool one. Both of those are about 20, it's about 13 to 15 different characters in each of those face swaps. I really do everybody. But with the Trump Show, it's just me dissecting clips. But if you do have someone you want to hear, like, hey, Norm Macdonald, yeah, that's a good idea. Or hey, we're gonna have Al Pacino. Hey, we're gonna get over there for a little conversation. Well, I'm a little tired right now, but well, got Max, guys. You got Max here on the Real Talk program. Gonna have a good time, of course. When Arlen Wilson comes by, we have fun. Smoke a stogie. Of course, we smoke a stogie. It's Owen Wilson. We're not gonna be down at this time. It's Wedding Crashers. 500. Yeah, you're gonna like that one. That one's pretty cool. I think my favorite from day 500 was Richard Dreyfuss, if you could believe it. Richard freaking Dreyfuss. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you, Jed. I'm so glad you came back again after Marianne last night. See Dr. Fleming kill it tonight. We are here at 4 hours, 25 minutes, just about to hit 4 minutes and 25. And I want to tell you guys, you rock. I will be back tomorrow for another 2 to 5 hours, probably somewhere around 8:30. So subscribe, ding the bell, spread the word. Let everybody know I'm here every day for the rest of my days to just try to bring some light into this world. So, send your requests. Now he's kicking it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you, Jen. You guys are all awesome. My heart goes out to you. We're here to connect. I'll see you tomorrow. It's Mark Pyers. And it's Real Talk. great night.